telling the truth, just
Chris.
Yes, sir. Just do.
Chris. Listen to me. We say with you for the longest, right? You told the stories. I want to believe you. But all this evidence we're getting, all this evidence, it's not looking good for you.
On August 14, 2021, the Leon County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call. The man on the line is 36-year-old Christopher Harvey. Police rush to the home and find his girlfriend suffering from gunshot wounds. Christopher claims someone broke into the house as he found his back door open, blood on the floor, the house being ransacked, and his girlfriend breathing but lying unresponsive. He also claimed he had been at the residence for only 30 seconds earlier, before going to stay at a friend's house, and this is what he came back to at 4:57 a.m. However, from witness testimony and surveillance video, it seems that events went a little differently than Christopher had told detectives. Christopher admitted that he had been in an argument with his girlfriend, that they were broken off, but that she always would come back to him, and that they still lived together during this latest breakup. He admitted to an argument with the victim, but denied doing anything to harm her. However, a witness told detectives that Christopher was mad at his ex and said that he would, quote, kill that bitch. At 3 a.m., the witness receives a call from Christopher saying he was at the Holiday Inn and quotes right next to the bitch. About an hour later, the witness calls Harvey. No answer. Harvey calls back saying he's with the victim at their house and that he is, quote, I'm fixing to kill this bitch. He heard gun cocking, panicked, and hung up. Another call from Christopher came in at 6 a.m. saying he is coming over. He did, and then went to sleep on the witness's couch. At 11 a.m., Christopher requested that he take a ride with him, and so he did. While driving, Christopher advised he did something bad, and that he was going to turn himself in.
Today, we're going to look at Christopher Harvey's interrogation as well as the closing arguments and verdict from his trial. We have published the entire trial here on Deep Dive True Crime, so make sure to check it out. Let's get started.
As far as me hurting her, I have not done nothing. I mean, nobody's gonna make me do
I ain't trying to make you say nothing. I'm just trying to make you tell me the truth.
I am telling the truth, just
Chris.
Yes, sir. Just do.
Chris. Listen to me. We say with you for the longest, right? You told the stories. I want to believe you. But all this evidence we're getting, all this evidence, it's not looking good for you.
Okay, I'm saying all this.
Listen. It's not looking good for you, man. I want to be on your side. But unfortunately, what you're giving me, I can't be on your side. I can't. It's making you look like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go out and do what I want to do.
No.
There's nothing. Listen, I understand you loved her.
But
you love Night, right?
Yes, sir.
This is not looking good.
Yes, sir.
She's forced. For some reason, she's gonna grow up without a mom. And the last thing she's gonna remember. What's the last thing she's gonna remember about you? Because obviously you love her.
Yes,
she
sir.
loves you, right?
Yes, sir.
So again,
again,
y'all been through a lot. I understand. We go through a lot. That's part of life. We go through a lot. Sometimes we get to a breaking point. We can't take this shit no more. No. Sometimes we can't take it no more. That's life. It's all part of life. But you sit here and continues to lie to us. Everything, again, what you telling us, we're refuting it. We just throwing it out the window. What other things? You coming up. I'm just saying, but you're putting lies on top of lies on top of lies. I want you to sit here.
The only truth is I did not hurt her. I did not. That's the only truth. I did not hurt her.
What happened?
We argued. That's it. I did not hurt her. She was breathing and fine when I left that house. I did not hurt that. I did not hurt that woman.
Okay.
We was hard. I did not hurt that woman at all. I did no harm to her.
That's not telling me what happened.
I honestly cannot tell you what went on in that house.
You can tell me what happened in that house, Chris.
I wish I could. I would tell you.
You can tell me what happened.
I don't know what happened in that house.
Chris, you know what happened in the house.
I don't know what happened in the house.
You know what happened in the house. You know what happened in the house. I got a feeling you know what happened in the house.
Well,
you can tell me what happened in that house. Because again, we can go off of what we can theorize and go off all day. Or you can go and tell us what happened in that house.
Okay, well, we have to do that because I literally Don't know. I did not do nothing to her. I did not.
So what happened?
I don't know what went on in that house with her. That's how I found her. I don't know what happened to her at all, period. Because she was breathing. When we left each other, she was alive and real. Was nothing wrong with her. Nothing. She was pissed, but she was alive.
I'm not buying that, Chris.
Well, I'm saying it's not. One thing about ain't nobody gonna make me.
You come in the house. You get out the house. You get out your truck. She gets to the house. You show up after she gets at the house. You're at the house for approximately 30 minutes. It's not 30 seconds like you said.
Yeah, but
you're at the house 30 minutes. 30 minutes. You go back and forth from your truck to the house. Back and forth, back and forth. All of a sudden you just leave. Nobody else comes to this house or goes to this house until you show up at 1 o'clock. Nobody. There's nobody else that comes to this house, Chris. So you know what happened in this house, Chris.
I don't know what happened.
Chris,
I do not know.
There's nobody else that comes to the house.
Somebody was there. Somebody
else that goes to the house, Chris.
I did nothing to them.
There's nobody else that comes to the house, Chris.
I did nothing to her. I did nothing to her. I'm gonna fight it to the end. I did nothing to harm her. I did nothing.
What were you wearing when you showed up there to get your drawers?
These shorts and a shirt and just on my boots, like always.
You're wearing those?
Yes.
Okay.
Like always.
All right. What and when did you put these shoes on?
I had those on the day. I put these on the day.
When? Tell me.
I was in the truck. I like, dang, my feet would have hurt. I put my comfortable shoes on. I put my
when? Early morning before you went to sleep? After you went to sleep? Give me a. Today's a long day, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Is when did I put these on? Okay. I walked in, see what I said. I came back out. I was on the phone. The boots, my feet were still hurting my boots. I pulled my boots off and put my tennis shoes on. My shoes are feel more comfortable. I had on comfortable shoes.
So where are the boots now?
They're in my truck still. Nothing moved. They right there in my truck. Because I always keep my spare set of shoes
so
in my truck.
Did those shoes ever go in the house? Let me see the bottom one. Show me the tread. Did they ever go in the house at all?
No, they shouldn't have. But these, if they end up, my shoes in and out the house, period. All my shoes, as you see, in and out. These are my comfortable shoes. I take my work boots with me everywhere I go, and I take these. When I change out my work boots, I put these on, and I may come in the house. If not, I wear my slides in the house or a pair of my J's.
But Chris, we're going back to this is some more things that make me struggle because now you found your wife whom you love. And we saw through the text, baby, I love you, 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 come back. You found her dead. First thing I'm going to do is go take the tractor off her car. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change my boots.
No, that wasn't second. It didn't happen like that. Like, I was walking, like, my feet were hurting. My feet was already hurting when I got there because I slept in my boots. My feet were already hurting. So I like, damn, I looked in the bag like my shoes. Let me put some of my comfortable shoes on. I should have just left them on the toolbox for you so you won't think nothing of it. But I always sit in the back seat and I always keep a pair. If I don't have these in here, I have another pair of blue and white Jordans that I keep in the truck. I keep this pair, that pair of tennis shoes. That's just my routine. I always.
So when we go back and watch that video, we're gonna see on that video because your truck's in the video.
Yeah.
You changing the boots and putting them in that truck.
Yeah. You gonna see me change my boots, and you gonna see me change that. You gonna see me change my shoes out. Okay. Yeah, you gonna see me put them back there. You gonna see that.
All right.
I did nothing to harm this woman.
Let me ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
So I know you've seen TV and movies.
Mm-hmm.
We have ways of making blood, be able to see all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we find blood in your truck?
Don't know
why would we find blood in your truck?
Unless when I went in there, because I touched her. When I went in there, it was blood. She asked me to touch her. Down here by everything she asked me to do, I went in my truck. I went to my truck too. Sat in my truck, in the driver's seat of my truck. The driver's seat of my truck.
While you were waiting While you were
Just drop the exactly.
and when we call Mr. Moore, your uncle or friend, whoever, he's gonna say you changed your boots.
I was in the driver's seat of my truck. That's like anything it got from the driver's seat of my truck. I sat in my truck, and when I was talking about, I was sitting up on my phone in my truck still, and he was standing by the road. I was sitting there in my goddamn on truck.
All right, when did you change your shirt?
This was on last. I put this on last night. Yeah.
What time when last night?
When I put the drawers on. When I got
after you left there, you put that on.
Yeah, I had this on.
You didn't have that on a day's end, right?
I had this on. No, I had a black shirt, black jeans, and my boots. That's what I had on.
Okay, where are all those clothes now? Boots are in the truck.
Yeah, these jeans here, and my shirt should be on my truck somewhere. And I just took it off. My shirt should be at my truck. Everything that I didn't throw, everything is there. This is what I had on. This is me. You go look at the boots, do whatever you got to do. I walked in, like I say, I walked to the blood right here. I'm like, damn, this blood. I walked to my room, seen the dresser drawers and stuff out. Came back, I'm on the phone. I look to the right, I see her on the ground. I come back out the house. That's what I'm doing. I'm on the phone the whole time. Everything that I did, I did not touch her. I did not hurt her. If any blood on my truck, it's going to be on her because for me being in the house, doing what that lady on the phone told me to do. And I went and sat in my truck.
Okay.
Like and I'm talking to her as I'm in my truck. Nothing more. I did nothing to her. All the other shit, yeah, the days in, yeah, and I told you about it because I wasn't trying to hide shit.
You told me a little bit about it. You didn't tell me you went looking for her. You didn't tell me you had a tracker on her car. You didn't tell me that you knocked on all the doors to the point that the clerk called on you first because you were disturbing all his clients.
And I was there originally with Gary. Like I said, we was, having a little fellas night.
What kind of thing? You said Gary's from up north?
Yeah.
So he got a different area code?
Yeah.
So when did you call him?
He called me actually. He had called me. He said he got my number from somebody, and it was a private number. Kept calling phone.
Now remember, we got a search warrant on the phone.
I'm saying you can see it. And he was like, Chris, I had been trying to get up with y'all. I was damn. That's mighty ironic that you in town. I had been just asking Ziggy about you, and so we sat there and we drank beers. Like I said, I went back to the store and got him 2 cans of Bud, like me the Bud Ice, and we sat there and we drank. And then that's when the police came around. That was after anything. The police came around and was like, they heard gunshots. And I had literally just got back from the store. And so that's why I didn't have no reason to run. We was sitting right there. I knew nothing about it. And he was like, no, there wasn't no gunshots. It was some commotion in the back there. Got the information. That's what it was. They left and kept going. I did not harm this woman. Would not harm this woman. Yeah, she always say it's over. I get to the point like that, it's over, I can't stand your ass, I don't want to fucking be with you no more. But we always come back. We always come back to one another.
Problem is, Chris, you ain't coming back from this.
And I am not the cause of that. I did not harm my woman. Yes, I get pissed off at her. Yes, she get pissed off at me, but I did not harm that woman. Never. Shit look sad, because first of all, I automatically know. Me and her going through it, the first person they gonna look at is me, so I'm automatically nervous. I'm gonna be the motherfucking first suspect because we already going through a lot of motherfucking shit, so I'm gonna be the main target. Me. That's gonna be me, the main target. When I know for a fact that there was nothing wrong with her. She said she's gonna get the rest of her shit. And when I got there today, she's like, I'll be gone by the time you get there. She said, by the time you get here, I'll be gone.
But you knew she wasn't gone because you tracking her.
I don't know too much. She gone out. I didn't know this or that or the third. I'm like, she's still home. Why is you still here? She wasn't supposed to be home still. She was supposed to be gone.
But she was tracking her, and you got there 4 minutes after she pulled up to the house.
Because we was already on the phone. Look at that. We already were talking. She had looked at the phone and text. She said, I'm going to pack my stuff. Mm-hmm. She already told me. She let me know.
Said she's going to pray for you.
That's what I say. She up and and then I heard somebody was talking with her. Somebody was in that back. Somebody was with her cause I could hear him in the background on the phone, and she talking to me as she in the house, and I let her know like, but I will be there in a minute. She was like, well, when you get your black ass here, I'm gonna give you some shit, and you need to go while I finish packing my shit. But we back here on that back patio, we just going, in and out the way she holding the fucking doors.
So how long was y'all's phone conversation? So we should find the phone conversation went on for a little while, right?
Went from when she got there, when I got there, you should have called. It's like 2 minutes of where she was at when I was at. She said she was almost to the house. I said I'm leaving off Okaloosa Street, and Okaloosa Street is only 4 or 5 minutes from our house, over there by the pond. Because when I left the hotel, I stopped by there because I was gonna try and beat her to the punch to get home and get some before she fucking got there.
What were you Okaloosa Street?
No, that's about the place where everybody sits side the road and stuff and just sit out and hang out.
You just went over to Okaloosa Street to hang out?
Yeah, that's
you left the hotel?
Yeah, And then I left there when she said she was gonna go home. Like, well, let me beat her to the punch and get my ass there first so I can get something to get out. But she beat me to the fucking punch. And that's when all hell broke loose with the argument. And I was like, well, then you got somebody in the house who's doing shit. Like, don't worry about who in the fucking house. She told me don't fucking worry about who in the house. Just let her get her shit so she can fucking go. And that's well and fine, but like, we don't break that boundary. We don't bring people.
What were the threats?
What you mean?
She said one text stopped with the threats.
Oh, she was like, stop with the threats. I like, don't, cause we was on the phone. I was like, well then, do you want me to fuck? Cause she had already threatened my brain and niggas. I was like, damn, you want me to fuck this nigga up? Cause she honestly, that's when she said stop with the threats. Cause I was like, if you want to do something, we can do something. It is what it is. But don't bring nobody to my house. So we going back and forth. Like I say,
So don't bring him to the house, but I'm gonna track you down to the hotel and look and find you, right?
No, not necessarily. Cause she can do the same thing to me. Like in my other car, she has the same thing on my Regal. My Regal is a custom car, so she always figure when I'm driving that car, I'm with another bitch. If she's not in the car, I'm with somebody. So she makes sure she know everywhere that fucking car goes.
The white car? Oh,
no, we got another car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Where's your other car?
It's part of it at my mama's house. So she be making sure that.
Where's your mama staying?
Where she stay at?
Yeah, where's the other car parked at?
Off of Main.
Off of Main? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a tractor in it?
Mm-hmm. And then she removed it. Father, I know she always pops up whenever I'm in that car.
So she had a tractor on that one and your truck?
She had one on the truck. We tracked the vehicles because we didn't have an incident where our car was stolen. So that's another way for us to keep up with our vehicles.
She didn't seem too happy in the text about you tracking.
Nah, she gets like that when she doing her dirt. She gets like that. She always tell me that's her time. Turn it off. She always say that's her time. Turn it off.
I'm ready to give up on you, man.
Well,
I don't want to give up on you.
Just give up on me because if I did something to her, I'm gonna let you know. But I did nothing to that woman. She was fine, alive, and freaking breathing when I left her. Like I said, a tad bit upset, a lot bit upset.
So your theory is, how long was it before you saw her at the day's end until you got to the house? There was time period between that? Or from the hotel to the house?
Probably a couple of hours or so.
Oh, so she left for a couple of hours and then you...
Yeah, probably, cause I was still there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was still there when she was gone. I was still there. So, like I said, I really don't know. But I didn't harm them, so.
But now, we watched the video. Don't nobody get out of the car with her. She by herself.
Or somebody, because it got to be somebody well, but I didn't harm her.
No, but you telling me on the phone you hear a man, but I'm telling you, we watching the thing, and if there was a man, he'd still be sitting in the car.
Well, somebody was there.
How?
But I did nothing to him.
How was somebody you heard in the car and somebody you heard in the house, but we don't ever see nobody go in the house or get out of her car, Chris? You're making it hard on me, brother.
I'm saying it was somebody.
Well, I know you want it to be somebody right now.
I want it to be nobody because, like I said, I didn't harm her, so I did not lay a finger or do nothing, cut, stab. I did nothing to her at all. Nobody's not going to force me to be there and do something to this woman. I know I didn't do nothing to her. I know I didn't. Yeah, we done had our situation. Yeah, this was going on, but I did not harm her.
Chris, I ain't even an attorney and I could argue this one in court.
Well,
you're digging a hole that you can't come out of, brother.
All right, but I didn't do nothing to her. Like, I didn't do nothing to Rodrica at all. I did not. Somebody better check the footage for the back door. Somebody else was in that house. Somebody else was there.
Nobody got out of her car.
Well, somebody else was already in that. Somebody was in that house. Somebody else was there. I know for a fact somebody else was there. Somebody else was in that house. So whether they came through the back, the side, somebody else was in that house. They were in there. I know they were. Somebody else was in there.
I know you need somebody to be.
No, I don't need. Know what I'm saying?
You do. I know, brother. You need somebody to be in that house.
Somebody was in the house, but I did not hurt them. If I did, I'll just give up, but I did not hurt them.
I don't want you to give up. I don't want you to give up. I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to give up, Chris. I just want you to be honest with yourself first.
Okay. Myself first, and then
yourself first.
But I did.
Because, yeah, you answered us as far as some things, but there's some, there's other, you got a whole lot more answering to do.
I got a whole
and like he said, there's a little child without a mama now. There's a mama and daddy without a daughter now. There's a Chris without a wife now.
But Chris did not take her away from him. Chris did not do that. That's one thing Chris did not do. Chris did not take her away from him. Yeah, my thoughts just possibly fucked up after the fact, but Chris didn't take.
Can I lay it all out for you? I'm just gonna lay it out for you.
You can't. You got all the evidence.
So I got somebody telling me, you got calls from Chris and I'm gonna kill the bitch. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna kill the bitch. She's cheating on me. I'm gonna kill the bitch. Then I got Chris showing up to a hotel where she's at because the tracker's on her car, looking for her, and that person who is independent. He was angry, upset, emotional, left there banging on doors. Banging on door. Every door in the hotel gonna find her. That sounds like an obsessed boyfriend, obsessed husband, jealous, angry. Then random, not random, related, not related. I got a shot fired call. And then I got a picture of the cops blaming her for calling the cops. Why would she call the cops on you? And why would you send that picture? Unless she did call the cops and they were there because you were involved in some kind of altercation. Which the truth is, the front desk called the cops because you were harassing all the people there.
Yeah, but I didn't call all.
Then I got you showing up at the house 4 minutes after she shows up. Then y'all the only two. Ain't nobody else showing up.
Somebody was there.
Then your 30 seconds turns into 30 minutes of pacing back and forth, Chris. Angry pacing.
I was
pissed. You were pissed. You damn right you were pissed.
Somebody was in that house. I was pissed because she wouldn't allow me. Somebody was in that house. Somebody was in that house.
Chris, you're pissed. You're pacing back and forth.
That's why I was pissed because she wouldn't.
Pacing back and forth, trying to text her. Why during the same time frame you're trying to text?
Because I'm trying to text her because she's in somebody's in this. I'm trying to.
And then you leave, Chris.
Yes, because I got pissed off. I just went on ahead.
And when you go back, Chris, you tell your uncle, I did something bad. I need to turn myself in. He thought y'all were coming here to the sheriff's office. You even looked up the sheriff's office on your phone, I think. It looked like you were coming here, but you went there.
No, I always look at the sheriff office every morning.
Okay.
I do that's all I do every week. I do it every day.
All right.
That's all right. That man was asleep when I got there.
He was asleep, Chris.
I didn't do nothing.
And then when you get there, Chris, and you find her, you go back out. Yeah, you try to pull. You do what they tell you, and you go back outside. And what does Chris think of? Ooh, I need to get a tracker off the car because it needs to be charged. Ooh, I need to change my boots because my wife is dead, but my feet hurt. What kind of bullshit is that? My wife is dead, but my feet hurt.
That was bullshit.
No! That is not what a man who didn't just kill his wife did.
I did not.
You went out and changed your boots because they had blood on them from killing her the night before, Chris.
Dad.
Chris!
If I would have did something, I could have easily got rid of that shit.
Chris,
got rid of my
and then you ain't cried yet. When you were there, on scene, you were talking about a robbery. I need to go check my house out and see what was stolen. I don't give a damn what's stolen out of my house when my wife is dead.
Because they treated me like you treat me. I cried. I was crying the whole time until Mom started doing it to me. So my whole mind frame changed to another direction to the defense mode. I did nothing to her.
Chris,
I did nothing to her.
Tell me the truth, man.
Okay.
Come on. I can help you when you tell me the truth, but you ain't telling me the truth, Chris.
The truth is, I did nothing to her.
Come on, Chris.
I did nothing to him.
Chris.
I did nothing to her. He gonna say something because he's scared that I did do something bad, so he gonna go with what y'all think. I did nothing to this woman.
Nobody else could have.
Somebody. I did nothing to her.
We're not video, Chris. Nobody left. Nobody was there but you,
had
man.
to come from through that door. Somebody else was in there.
Chris,
somebody else was there. I
in
did
2009, I helped you because you were honest with me, Chris.
And
you ain't being honest with me now, man.
Yes, I am.
I can't help you now.
All right, well, I did because I didn't hurt him. So I didn't. I fight it. I didn't hurt him. I did not hurt this woman. Me, I did not do nothing. No matter what the evidence says.
No matter what the evidence says. Even though all the evidence points to you.
Exactly, but
everything.
I didn't hurt him.
Who else wants to hurt her?
I don't know, but I did not hurt her. Find the guy she was with. I did not hurt her.
There wasn't no guy.
Yes, she was. I didn't hurt her.
She was at the day's end of the party. We done talked to the person. There was a bunch of people. They were having a group party together.
I didn't hurt her.
You got jealous because she was at a hotel with friends just having a get together. And you went beating on every door, Chris. You went beating on every door. Maybe it was even you that fired the shot at Daisy, and I don't know. I don't know, Chris, but you were tracking her. And then you showed up at the house and she told you it's done. I'm tired of you following me. I'm tired of you tracking me. I'm tired of you harassing me. She told you it's over. It's over. That's what she said. It's done for good. No, I read those texts.
She done said, I know she done said
it's over. It's over.
Said it was over.
You couldn't take it over. I can't take it. I can't live without you. I can't take it.
I didn't hurt my woman. I didn't hurt her. As bad as it looks, stupid as it may sound, the way the evidence pointed at me, but I didn't hurt her.
Your words.
I didn't hurt her.
You killed the bitch.
I don't call her a bitch. I didn't kill her. Sorry, man.
That was your words, though.
No problem.
That was your words last night.
I'm upset just as much as you are. I'm upset as much as you are.
Yeah, I didn't.
You don't have to apologize to me.
Nah, because I came out. I didn't do nothing to her. You know what I'm saying? I did not hurt her. Angry as I was, angry she did me, I did not harm her at all. Guilty as I may look,
Chris, we're gonna find blood in your car. We're gonna find blood on your clothes. We're gonna. I mean, they're out there doing the search warrant now.
I'm glad.
We got a search warrant for your DNA.
Good.
I've seen you cleaning your fingernails out over here. All that.
I wasn't trying to. This is what I do.
You're nervous. You're nervous. I get it.
Because this is what I do. I'm not doing it. I have nothing to hide. No nothing to get my DNA. You already have my DNA in system. Of course, we have DNA on each other, but I did not do nothing to physically harm her. Yeah, verbally, but as far as physical wise, I never hurt her physically. Verbally, yes. Me,
Somebody hurt her bad physically.
I have never hurt her physically. You can get the DNA, the blood, you do whatever you got to do. But I did not harm that woman. Pissed off, but hurt her? No. No matter how bad it may look, I did not harm them. They can do whatever they got to do, whatever they got to say. I didn't harm that woman.
You can keep saying that. Chris.
Okay, but
you can keep doing that. But when you were in here, and I did hear you crying in here. I did hear you crying, Chris. But you know what I heard you cry? You know the words that I heard come out of your mouth while you were in here? Why me?
Yes, because of
why me?
Why me?
Are you dead?
Don't say.
Are you dead in your house? No.
Why me? Why I'm getting put through this to have to? Why me? It's always something. Why me? I'm just like, damn. Why me? Like
that's some selfish shit.
That's not still like why. I'm saying it's just why me because
it goes back. It goes back to my wife's dead, but my back hurts and my feet hurt. I gotta change my shoes because there's blood on my shoes.
Worry about no blood. I had to step right through it. I had to step right through it. I had to step right through that. Regardless, that's what I did. I did everything they asked me to do. But one thing I did not do, I did not harm her. Ain't nobody gonna make me say I harmed. If I did, with all the evidence you got against me,
Chris.
what I'm saying, with all that bullshit, everything, I would just say, okay, you got me, but I didn't do it. I did not hurt her. With everything you got going on, it's so much power against me to just go ahead and just say what's what, but I didn't do nothing to her. If I would have did it, I would have said I did everything you done pointed at me. I would tell on my goddamn self that I did not hurt her. Hands down.
No, I'm not saying about hurt. Somebody killed her. Someone murdered her.
I did not murder that woman. I did not murder Rodrica. I did not hurt Rodrica. Yes, I was pissed off. Yes, it looks bad on me. But no, I did not do nothing to her at all. I did nothing to her. Period. Like nothing. So I would go sit and wait it out, and I would let it do what they have to do to me. But at the end of the day, when it come down to talk, I'm gonna let them know. Yes, we had our ways, but I can't say I'm guilty of something I'm not. If I was guilty, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna let everything out there. But if I'm not gonna apologize for something I didn't do. When I do it, I man up and I take mine. But I'm not gonna just say I did something that I know I didn't do. If I know I did it, I'm gonna say I did it. If I know I ain't gonna do it, ain't nobody gonna force me to say I do it.
You told your uncle you did it.
I didn't tell him I did
uncle
shit.
you did it.
No, I didn't tell him I did
your uncle you did it.
No, I didn't. I didn't tell him I did nothing. I don't know what he thinking. I didn't tell him I did nothing. I did nothing. All the fucked up evidence, I did nothing to her. At all. I didn't hurt her. I didn't harm her. I didn't do shit to her. Just gonna take me across the street. Tell my uncle said I did it. Man, I ain't tell that motherfucker shit. He done got nervous and thinking something gonna happen to him and gonna lie the fuck on me. So I told him I motherfucking killed somebody. Man, come on, man, let's sleep, man. But I told him that. Tell his ass shit. So no, he can't hold one. If I was had did something, he'd be the last person I fucking tell. Can't do a motherfucking thing. Not nothing. I ain't killed nobody, ain't hurt no fucking body. Pissed off, yeah. Other than that, no. Come on, motherfucking killed her.
Hey, Chris. Hey, the tracker you have on your on her car. You say you guys had trackers together on each other.
She should have the same thing.
Where was the tracker at on her car?
On the back side of the car, and my tracker on my truck should be. If she ain't move, it should be on the side of my woman tailgate at the back part right there.
So the one that's on your truck should be up underneath the tailgate.
It should be.
And you say the one for her that was on her car, where was it at?
The trunk.
On the back.
Yeah.
Up underneath?
Up on the inside.
Oh, inside the trunk.
Yeah, and she got that, and we all in that mouse up underneath the thing.
Underneath the tailgate?
Yeah.
Where your tag is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little metal piece. That's where it was at.
So that one, the one that's on your truck is still on your truck?
It's supposed to be.
Okay. And
I
then,
didn't touch it. I don't think it should be there.
alright. And the one that was in her car, that's the one that's in your truck?
Yes.
Okay. Where about in your truck is it?
It should be. She moves from place to place. Last time I seen her put it up, and she put it up under the little.
No. The one you took off her car.
It's in the truck.
Where at?
It's this right where the charge is. The two by the armrest.
All right. Okay. All right. What we're gonna do now is, like I said, we're gonna take some samples from you. You got a DNA, search for your DNA, fingerprints and everything like that. So that's what we're gonna do here now. We'll get, that's your copy right there. Whenever you're ready.
What we doing?
Hold on, take it easy.
Just hang tight for a second, because what I'm going to do is, I'm Detective Goblin, the crime scene unit, so what I'm going to do is take some photographs of you, okay? And then we'll start doing all of the other stuff we need, all right? Let's use this wall here for me. Just stand up straight against that wall for me, face me. Take your hands as possible. Thank you, sir. All right, turn to your left. And face the wall for me. And turn to your left again. Okay, stand face me. And just stand right there for me. All right, look right at me for me. Thank you. Okay, put your arms straight out for me like that. There you go. Bring them down kind of like that for me. Yeah, there you go, perfect. Just hang tight up. Keep them up. All right, let's see. All right, you want to grab the buckles. Let me get the buckles real quick. Just hang tight for me. Yeah, just the boxes and the swabs is all I need.
There's no face swabs, or is that all you need?
That's all I need. There's two in here. Okay, the buckle swabs, all it is like, it's kind of like a DNA, just get inside your cheek, okay, man? First one's going to be your left cheek, okay? So just open up for me. That's left.
Right there.
Okay. And your right cheek.
Left.
Here, just so you got gloves on. All right. Give me the, let's do the shirt. You have a belt on? Okay. That's fine. I'll need another bag for the belt. Just shake it. Like yep, that's garbage bag. All right. Go ahead and pull the shirt off for me. Just drop that right down in the bag. All right. We're just going to do this step by step, okay, buddy? All right, do a quick turn for me. All right, stop right there. Can you raise your hair for me? Let me get that Hope Street on the back. There you go. Perfect. Hang tight for me. Okay. Can you grab a one in my bag over there? There's a medium bag. If you can get one for the belt for me. Yeah. Yeah, you can pull it off now. large bag's fine. Alright, that's fine. I'll swap it out, all good. Alright. And the bag for his pants? Or actually his shoes. Shoes, I'm sorry.
You want to put his shirt on?
Yeah, we can put, yeah, he can put his shirt on if he wants to.
I know it's cold in here.
Alright, and then the next will be his, let's do his, pants.
Socks for pants.
We'll do pants next.
Take my stuff on my blanket.
You got anything in your pockets? Just sit it right there on the table for me.
It's a small bag with IDs already. You put that bag.
They're gonna put that in a separate bag for you to go with your pocket. Step up there for me. Alright, the pants. Okay, go ahead and put your pants in there for me.
Yeah, but it's the proper size.
Well, yeah, you go ahead and get it. You wanna go ahead and get that? Yeah, put it in that bag. That way you know what's there, man. Appreciate it. Alright. What you got there? Socks?
Yep.
Well, yeah, Pritchard's gonna have to
Oh,
hold
no,
on.
that's underwear bag. That's fine.
That's underwear bag? Okay.
It's socks.
Raise your shirt up for me. Either the boxers, boxer briefs. Okay. We got a pair of pants for you to put on there. And I don't know. That's just what they gave us over there, buddy. They probably switch it for you when they get a chance. And have a seat right there. Is that the tissue? You want to put that in the bag for me? It's just the tissue over there. All right. Anything else y'all need from me or?
And Robert will talk to me again for a second.
Okay. All right, man. I appreciate your cooperation with me. Okay, man. He'll be back in just a second. All right.
All right, Chris. Like I say, I want to give you every benefit in the world to do the right thing. We went and talked to Mr. Knight at the hotel. And he told us he called you.
He did call me at first.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that's not true. So we just talked with him.
Yeah,
It's a coincidence. He does know you. He said last time he seen you about 15 years ago. He didn't call you. He just so happened to knock on the door. Like, that's one of the doors you knocked on, looking for Miss Hill. Right?
I mean, this is what they say. I didn't do nothing to her, so I'm not just bold.
We're not talking about her doing nothing to her.
I don't want it say what it say. I did nothing to her.
Okay, so you knocked on the door. He didn't call you, right?
I didn't do nothing to her. Nothing at all for shit. Just take me on. Y'all understand the first degree murder. Just take me on over there. I didn't do nothing to her. Ain't nothing gonna change this now.
Let me, Chris, how did she die?
I don't know.
What'd you tell the deputy? What'd you tell the deputy?
What you mean?
When the deputy got there, when you called 911.
Oh, I said it seemed like she had been shot or something. I didn't know. I just
Why?
assumed.
Why did you assume that?
Because of the way it looked like blood, I just assumed that she had been shot. I don't know. I don't know how she actually died. I really don't know. I didn't do nothing to her. I mean, just I didn't do nothing to her. I didn't harm her. I didn't hurt her. When I left her, she was breathing, alive and breathing. Nothing wrong with her. When I left her, was nothing wrong with Rodrica. Nothing at all. So ain't nothing gonna change this. Ain't nothing gonna change that. I did nothing to that woman. Other than argue with her. Raise my voice at her. She raised her voice at me. I did nothing else to her to physically hurt her.
Chris, this will go much better on you if you're remorseful and.
I am, but I did not. I just go. I mean, I ain't did nothing to this woman.
I mean, we found now blood in your truck. We found blood in her car. We found blood, you know. It's just stacking up on you, man. And then we keep catching in these lies.
I didn't do that. Y'all gave me the first degree murder charge. I didn't do nothing to her.
That's a search warrant. That ain't the charge.
I didn't do nothing to her.
That's what we're investigating. That's what that says. That's what we're investigating.
I did nothing to her. Nothing at all. I didn't hurt her. Blood gonna beat on me because it was on my clothes. I didn't hurt her.
Yeah, but why would it be in your car? Why would it be in your truck?
Because I sat back in my truck.
Yeah,
I got back in my truck.
It wasn't in the driver's seat.
Yeah, well, I don't know how I get anywhere else because I sat in the driver's seat.
Okay, how did it get in her car?
I don't know how I got in her car because I didn't go in her car other than the trunk. When they was there, that is how I got in her car. So when I got the thing out, that's how it was on me then. That's how I got blood. That's how I got blood. That's the only other explanation for me to get that from out the house.
Where's that blood now? Because you don't have any blood on your clothes.
I didn't change. It had been on my hands. I didn't change my clothes.
So if you had enough blood that.
I was saying I didn't change my clothes.
Okay.
Only other thing I ever did was just wash my hands. I did nothing else. That's exactly what I had on.
When did you wash your hands?
I only washed my hands today.
Today?
Yeah, I only washed my hands today. And then, like I said, I went in. That's all I did. I touched stuff like they said. I went to my truck. I went to the car. And I stood there. But for me hurt her, I didn't do it. So, I mean, I didn't hurt.
I don't want to yell. I don't want to get upset. I don't want to do anything anymore.
I ain't hurt her. But nobody gonna force me to say that I did. So
We talked to Mr. Knight,
But I didn't hurt her.
and you say he called you up there, and then we talked to him, and he says, "No, I ain't called him. I ain't got his number. I ain't seen him in 50 years. I ain't seen him in 50 years." He came knocking on my door and said, "Hey, I'm looking for the girl that was driving this car." And then y'all, "Oh, hey, I remember you 15 years ago." So y'all drank beer. That's how he says it happened. Which sounds like a plausible, because that fits along with everything else we're hearing. But you told us he called you and brought you up there. The truth is, you went up there looking just for her. There wasn't nobody calling you up there. You went up there looking just for her. And then you got drunk up there. Because y'all drank a lot, didn't you?
No. I only drunk 2 of those beers, and he only drunk 1 of his.
He said y'all drank till 4 in the morning.
Well, I guess so. I only drunk 2 of the beers. I only drunk 2 of them. That's all I drunk. His beers, what he got was 2 for $3.50. I only drunk 2 beers. And I didn't harm her. Period. That's just the way it is. I didn't do that.
Chris, we're gonna take you to jail. All right. And you gonna think about this. You gonna sleep on this.
I think on this people, but ain't nothing gonna change for all me hurting her. I didn't hurt her.
Just hold tight.
I did not hurt that woman. Make me hurt her. I ain't hurt her. I did nothing to her. Nothing at all. Nothing to her.
back a second. Please be seated. So let's go back in the records. State of Florida versus Christopher Harvey, 2021 CF 2146. And I have the jury instructions here. State, if I could get you to approach to. There'd be 7 copies there. The bifurcated stuff is not printed off yet. So let's try not to forget it, I guess. The defendant is present with his counsel, but Miss Burr's right there. Okay. Sorry.
One for the court judge, or?
I have one for the court reporter.
I'm sorry, not court reporter.
Yeah, I don't know if you want it.
Can I go ahead and move the podium?
You may. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Fox?
Ready for the jury? Yes, sir.
Okay, so I saw you speaking with the victim's family over there. Just so everyone in the courtroom is clear, we're going to do closing arguments now. It looks like the state's going to do some type of multimedia presentation. There's probably going to be photographs that are upsetting. I would just ask if you can't stomach that, if you think that you're going to react to it visibly, that you just excuse yourself now. I don't want the jury to be influenced by, it's not a popularity contest or a vote, right? The jury's can only be considering the evidence, and I don't want them considering the audience reactions to anything that's been presented or will be presented. And also, I would just, I guess, like to comment for the party's benefit on closing arguments. I think there's been in the past one particular argument that bothers me a little bit, is that the jury should be upset, but they can use their common sense. I don't think the common sense instruction is the counter to you should be upset. I think that the jury is instructed in the proper method of the jury's decisions, that they're not influenced by emotions. So I'd ask the parties not to reference emotions as a basis to responding to the evidence or to deciding the evidence. Certainly it's not deciding, but it shouldn't even really be. If it is a response, that's something that they need to put aside in deciding the verdict. So.
Yes, sir. And similar to my request in opening, I also asked that the defense not be able to talk about his life being at stake based on or any future consequences of the jury's verdict.
Yeah, I think my ruling on that's the same. And beyond like a very slight comment on the reason why reasonable doubt is exists or that it's higher, there would be no argument on an emotional appeal or the jury's improper consideration of what would happen if they do find the defendant guilty. Anything else we need to discuss?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's bring it back in. rise. You ready? Bart, please be seated. So I think we left off with defense. Your case is still open?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense will rest, and at this time we will renew in the previous motion.
Okay, thank you. And State, do you have a rebuttal case that you're presenting?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've now heard and seen all the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, and now I'm going to give you the jury instructions. I'll have the bailiff pass out the final jury instructions. So the jury instructions are the law that apply to this case, and we're going to read it together. So I'd ask once you get it just to stay on that first page there. You're going to be able to take the jury instructions back to the jury room with you. If there's something you want to annotate on there, you're free to do that. That's your personal copy. It's possible that there may be an error or two as we go that I discover as we read these aloud together, because that's what happens when you read something aloud. You just find something that you wanted to change. If that happens, I would ask you just keep that pen handy, and we'll make those corrections as we go, and we'll proceed accordingly. So we're going to read them together and start right there at the top. Final jury instructions, introduction to final instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Statement of charge. Christopher Harvey, the defendant in this case, has been accused of 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. Introduction to homicide. Christopher Harvey is accused of first-degree murder in count 1. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Rodrica Hill was killed by Christopher Harvey, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by an accident and misfortune and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Christopher Harvey may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. Count 1. First-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Rodrica Hill is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Christopher Harvey. 3. There was a premeditated killing of Rodrica Hill. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated attempt to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated attempt to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you, beyond a reasonable doubt, of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. An issue in this case is whether Christopher Harvey did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death, and E, Christopher Harvey was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Rodrica Hill. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him not guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. Second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Rodrica Hill is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Christopher Harvey. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Rodrica Hill by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1. A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3. Is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Christopher Harvey did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A. There must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and B. A reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C. There was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D. A reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death, and E. Christopher Harvey was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Rodrica Hill. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him not guilty of second-degree murder. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Rodrica Hill is dead. 2. Christopher Harvey intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim or the death of Rodrica Hill. Sorry, that victim is actually just Rodrica Hill. I'm not sure why it says victim there. And secondly, the second part of 2 is, or the death of Rodrica Hill was caused by the culpable negligence of Christopher Harvey. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty, without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to the consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the right of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or admission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Possession and discharge of a firearm causing death. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed first or second degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm and in doing so caused the death of Rodrica Hill, you should find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder with discharge of a firearm causing death. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed first or second degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed first or second degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant A, carried a firearm on his person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach and with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Aggravation by carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find him guilty of second-degree murder or manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm has already been defined for you. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find him guilty only of second-degree murder or manslaughter. Count 2, tampering with physical evidence. To prove the crime of tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Christopher Harvey knew that a criminal trial, proceeding, or investigation by a duly constituted prosecuting authority, law enforcement agency, grand jury, or legislative committee of Florida was pending or was about to be instituted. 2. Christopher Harvey altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any record, document, or other item with the purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation. Voluntary intoxication. Voluntary intoxication resulting from the use of alcohol is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of the defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that he lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe that the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of, and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or, if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Law enforcement witness. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. Defendant not testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Defendant statements. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion, and you must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. Verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment, guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course, your verdict must be not guilty. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. So this part you don't have in your instructions because there's only going to be one verdict form that goes back with you guys. So if you could just direct your attention up here, I'm going to read the verdict form and explain a little bit about it. So it's a 3-page document, and at the top it has a case caption just like the jury instructions do. Right below that it says verdict, and then it says count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 in the indictment, first-degree murder of Rodrica Hill. Now, there are 4 options in count 1. It's A, B, C, and D. Of those options, you're only going to select 1. So either A, B, C, or D. A is the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. B is the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. C is the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. D is the defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Now, within those first 3 options, there are some questions, and the form will take you through that. So if you check A, it says if you find the defendant guilty, you must then answer the following questions. There's 4 questions there. They're all yes or no questions. Please answer yes or no as to each. Your answer as to one does not affect your answer as to the other. There's no inconsistency that you can find, so you can check yes or no, whatever. But again, everybody has to agree to that verdict. B, same set of questions under B. C, slightly different. There's just the one question under C. And then D is not guilty. There will be no questions there. Once you get through that, it's the first 2 pages for count 1. After that, count 2 is by itself on the 3rd page. And that just says count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 in the indictment, tampering with physical evidence. There's just 2 options there, and it's guilty or not guilty on count 2. And there's no questions for count 2. All right, so we're going to pick up reading on page 12, where we left off. And it says, single defendant, multiple counts. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and, although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. Closing argument. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. So state, at this time, you may give your closing.
Inevitably, this always happens. Works throughout the whole trial, and then I stand up, and all of a sudden the screens aren't working. See if I can get that fixed in a minute. Good morning. We are at the home stretch of this.
Stay, we can.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we-
can? Okay, so these aren't working.
Yeah, I saw those. They quit earlier, and like you just left something up. I don't know who did, but they just stopped working. But
Oh,
yeah, the rest are.
I can't see what's on it.
The TV just turned off, I guess.
Well, never mind. I'm so used to it not working when I stand up here in front of everyone that I just assumed. So we're in the home stretch. I know that it's been a long week. I know that it's been a lot of new information that you have never heard before. It's been long days. Thank you. I know that each and every one of you have been paying attention. You've been taking notes. We sincerely appreciate it. This is not an easy task or burden that we put on you, but we couldn't do it without you, and it's vital to have you as a part of our civic duty as jurors to uphold your oath and look at the law in this case as it relates to evidence. And so the judge has just read you the jury instructions, and these 13 pages, like he said, are the only laws that are applicable that you can consider. And it has to be based on the evidence that we've heard throughout this week from the witness stand and the exhibits. The exhibits will go back with you, minus probably the firearms and some other things that may be opened. But if you want to see any of them, you can send a note to the bailiff and ask. Everything, all the electronic stuff, all the photos, everything will go back with you. I get the opportunity, because I have the burden of proof, like we've talked about, I get to talk to you twice. I get to talk to you now, and then the defense, if they choose to make a closing argument, I'll get to talk to you again after that. I told you at the beginning of this week that beyond a reasonable doubt and the state's burden is something that I accept. And I believe that over the last week, I've shown you through the witness testimony and the physical evidence that each of these elements has been met beyond a reasonable doubt. So I want to take this first opportunity in talking to you to discuss the law a little bit, and then I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that we've seen in evidence and on the witness stand this week. So one of the things I want to talk about is starting on page 2 when it talks about excusable homicide. And I want to go over this to explain why I believe the evidence doesn't support any of these scenarios applying. So excusable homicide, you can have a justifiable homicide, which is on page 1, which is if it's done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon a defendant. There hasn't been any evidence of that. This isn't a self-defense case. That has to be read in every homicide case, but I would argue to you that it is not applicable to these facts. You're not going to see self-defense instructions later on. Like I just said, the judge has read you every law that's applicable. As to excusable homicide, there's 3 different options, but each of them, if you look, has a common denominator, and that's the killing is committed by accident and misfortune. So if you find that this killing was not done by accident, it wasn't an accident, and it wasn't just like, oops, the gun dropped and it fired and it was this horrible, horrific tragedy that no one could have prevented, right? It's an accident or misfortune. That's when it's excusable. If it's an intentional act, if it is done unlawfully, if it's done with a dangerous weapon, none of these apply. None of these 3 apply. So you can cross off, if you agree, cross off 1, 2, and 3 and don't even consider that if you feel it doesn't apply. Because the facts that you have in front of you, none of them show accident or misfortune. So you can cross off 1 and 2. And for 3, again, accident and misfortune, but a dangerous weapon we know was used because Rodrica Hill was killed with a firearm. So you can cross 3 off as well. And then you go on to first-degree murder. And the judge has instructed you that if you return a verdict of guilty, you're to return one for the highest offense proven under the law. And so that's why I usually recommend you guys start with first-degree murder, which is the charged offense. and go down from there. Because what these lesser included offenses mean, and sometimes it's confusing, but if he's committed first-degree murder, all the other kind of murders are included in that under the law. So he's committed manslaughter, he's committed second-degree murder if you find him guilty of first-degree murder. So if you start with first-degree murder and you look through each of the three elements, element 1, I don't think there's going to be any contention about, so you can consider that checked off and proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Miss Hill is dead. And we know that from the medical examiner. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Christopher Harvey. Him shooting her caused the death. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Rodrica Hill. And 3 is going to be the primary distinction between first-degree murder and then second-degree murder and manslaughter. So for both second-degree murder and manslaughter, there doesn't have to be an intent to cause death. For premeditated murder, there is an intent to kill someone. And we talked about that in jury selection, how you don't have to be holed up in a bunker, writing manifestos, planning and plotting for months or weeks or days on end, that under Florida law, it's killing after consciously deciding to do so. And so the requirement under the law, there is no fixed period of time. It just has to be present in the mind at the time of the killing. So what are things that we might look at to determine if a killing is premeditated? And the instructions continue on page 3 and talk to you about that it has to be determined by you from the evidence. You can look at the circumstances of the killing or the conduct of the defendant to decide about premeditation. Before I get into the facts of the case, I want to talk about this paragraph about heat of passion defense. And that you're going to see that in first-degree murder and second-degree murder. If you feel it doesn't apply to the facts of the case, you can disregard it for both first-degree murder and second-degree murder. Nothing changes in the instruction between first and second. It just applies to both. There are 5 different requirements for the heat of passion defense to apply. So each of these must be present before you even start to consider it, right? There had to be a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. Not Mr. Harvey, not what he was feeling at the time, what an ordinary, reasonable person would have been feeling. And that reasonable person, again, not Mr. Harvey, and what he was feeling and thinking, a reasonable person, would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused the death, and Christopher Harvey was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Rodrica Hill. Each of those have to be present before you even consider, was this heat of passion? And we should just say, he's only guilty of manslaughter. We'll get to that in a minute. In this case, there's a couple, multiple, I think all of them fail, but a couple fail by very obvious evidence, right? First of all, there was no sudden event. This happened over a sustained period of time. We have the text messages around 10 or so o'clock when he starts trying to, hey, I saw you got a room at the Sleep Inn, and it continues. He doesn't make it to the Days Inn until, 1:32 a.m., okay? Hours. This isn't sudden. And then we know she leaves the Days Inn, right? So even if you want to say, okay, but he gets there and he catches his ex-fiance, again, because remember what Ms. Henry told you, they weren't together. They were living together, but they were separated. So he catches his ex-fiance with her new boyfriend, and he just loses all sense. All of his reasons go out the door, blind, unreasoning fury, because he catches them in the motel room in the act, right? And he shoots both of them. Well, we know that didn't happen, right? right? That's not the facts we have. That's not the case we have. He's looking for her at the day's end. He doesn't find her. He's banging on doors. She's so terrified. Her best friend can hear it in her voice and told you earlier this week on Tuesday, Miss Henry, she had never heard her friend sound like that. Mr. Crombie says she went white. Her face went white. And we waited for the defendant to drive away, and then she left. She comes back. The defendant comes back again. But what do we know happens after the day's end? Well, after the day's end, she leaves, and she tells him, I'm going home. I'm packing. I'm going home to pack my stuff and leave. It's over. You've gone too far. This is it. And that's around 2 a.m. And it's corroborated by the Ring video that shows her coming into the house, bringing out all her clothes, bringing out that laundry basket full of clothes, packing up her car. Exactly what she's telling him she's going to do. He's still at the day's end at this point, right? So then she leaves and she comes back. So now they've been separated, right, for some period of time. Again, this is not a sudden event. And there's been plenty of time for any anger he had at her over being at a motel with a man for him to cool off. Because we're talking hours at this point. Hours. And remember what Jerry Moore says, he was telling Mr. Harvey on the phone. Man, just get up out of there. Just get up out of there. Just leave. Don't do anything stupid. Right? Because that's the reasonable person response from Mr. Moore. Get up out of there. Don't do anything stupid. But he follows her. He continues to follow her. And he follows her back to her home at Cathedral Drive. She gets there at around 4:57 a.m., and we know that from the Ring video and the tracker he put on her car. And he arrives at about 5:04 a.m. And remember, at that 5:10 a.m. phone call that we have evidence of, it's in the call detail records, you have Mr. Moore's call log that shows it occurred, where Mr. Moore says, I heard a gun rack, I was scared, I heard arguing, I put the phone down. Being angry about losing control over a woman that you treat like your property, that you can just think you can slap a tracker on her vehicle, that you have the right to know every location she is at every second of the day, and then you're losing that control, and she's reaffirming to you every time she texts you, I'm serious, this is over, I want to be free. That's not a sudden event. He made a choice. And we see that in his text messages when he's talking about, I have nothing left to lose. I'm going to talk about premeditated murder a little bit more in a minute once I start this slideshow. But I want to talk about lesser includeds. And so how lesser includeds work is if each and every one of you, individually and collectively as jurors, decide that I have not proven the 3 elements of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, only then do you go down and even look at second-degree murder. It's not like let's just pick which one we think is, second-degree murder sounds good, let's pick that one. You start with first-degree murder. If each of you and collectively as a jury feel, I have not proven it, each of those three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you go to second-degree murder. And you do the same process for that. So second-degree murder also has three elements. And second-degree murder is on page 4. The first two elements are the exact same for first and second-degree murder. The difference is the third element. So for second-degree murder, there doesn't have to be an intent to kill. But the killing, instead of with premeditation, has to be done by an act imminently dangerous to another and contemplating, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Shooting someone 3 times in the back, including the back of the head, is absolutely an act dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. But if you find he was intending to kill her, it's not second-degree murder, it's first-degree murder. Right? And so if each of you then, after having gone through first-degree murder and found it wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt, second-degree murder, and you all find it hasn't been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you go to manslaughter. Manslaughter is 2 elements. The first, again, the same. Rodrica Hill is dead. That's on page 5. And that Christopher Harvey intentionally committed an act or acts that caused her death, or her death was caused by the culpable negligence of Christopher Harvey. Manslaughter has to do, and we talked about this a little bit in jury selection, it borders on an accident, right? It's more than mere negligence, but you didn't have the intent to do it. You were doing something that was probably reckless. We talked about in jury selection, like vehicular homicide, right? You're recklessly driving, you blow through a red light, you kill a pedestrian. That's not murder. It's manslaughter. Similar with DUIs, right? You make a decision to drink to the point of intoxication. You end up killing someone. It's DUI manslaughter. It's not murder. Because it has to do with negligence. This is not a manslaughter case. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't negligence. It wasn't culpable negligence. He knew what he was doing. And then for count 2, which starts on page 7, that's tampering with evidence. And we'll talk about this in a minute, but that's 2 elements: that he knew a criminal trial proceeding or investigation by a law enforcement agency was pending or about to be instituted, and that he altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any record, document, or other item in order to impair its verity or availability, right? Get rid of the evidence, in layman's terms. He got rid of the evidence because he knew law enforcement was about to come and knock in, because he was going to call them to set up his whole lie. So let's look at the evidence, which these instructions tell you should look to only the evidence to decide your verdict. So I want to look at how we know this is premeditated. Deputy Cannon, as well as Detective Chris Smith, talked to us about the scene as they found it. Again, there's that Ring doorbell on the front camera missing its battery that we'll talk about later. You go through the back door, blood drops, and then we get into the kitchen. And we've seen the scene photos, and you've heard from Dr. Clark his opinions as to how these shots may have happened. We know that the blood pool underneath the bar area had her teeth there, so we know that's the shot to the face, right? Her teeth don't have legs, they can't magically get up and walk. That's where that shot happens. And Dr. Clark told you She would have been in immense pain. Her mouth would have been filling with blood. She would have been coughing up blood, but it would have been survivable. And we know Miss Hill fought through that pain and fought for her life because of the physical evidence. Because where does the blood trail go? It continues down the hallway, splatter on the walls, and around the corner to the front door, because she's trying to get away from him. She's trying to be free. She's trying to do what she told him she was going to do. And she fights for her life. So she fights. She fights from the kitchen as she's coughing up blood, and we see that coagulated blood all along her path. He either rips off her necklace, or in the struggle for her to get away, it comes off. And remember, too, what Dr. Clark told you, the shots to the back of the shoulder were close range, because there's that soot, there's that stippling. And the shot to the face happened, in Dr. Clark's opinion, she would have had to be going like this, turning away with her cheek pressed to her shoulder. So as she sees him raise the gun, she's turning away. You have the shot to the shoulder, it goes through her shoulder into her cheek, it blows out her teeth, it cuts through her tongue. And she tries to fight. But he continues, because he's there for a reason. And he's going to finish the job that he's there to do, because she's not leaving him. And if she does leave him, it's going to be on his terms. So she runs. He shoots her again. Same back of the shoulder. This one goes through her neck and it exits out the other side of her neck. Dr. Clark told you that was also survivable. Nothing, didn't hit any major arteries, any major vessels, any major organs. That she still could have been on her feet fighting. And we know that's what she did. How? From the evidence. Because she's trying to get away. She's going for that front door where her car that's all packed up with all of her clothes is waiting for her. One pull of the trigger wasn't enough. 2 pull of the trigger wasn't enough. So Mr. Harvey executed her with a gunshot to the back of her head. And Dr. Clark told you that gunshot wound, that was fatal. That would have been lights out. And you can see the blood splatter around the door. You can see how she fell. And we know she fell to the ground because remember, Dr. Clark also told you she had that big contusion on the top of her head that was consistent with blunt force trauma from a fall. And he leaves her there. He leaves her there for 8 to 12 hours. He's not sorry. He doesn't flip her over to see what he did. He doesn't call for help. Not yet. Not yet, because there's still some things he needs to do first. This was premeditated. This was intentional. Mr. Moore talks about hearing some argument going on when he hears the gun rack. And he says, I heard him say something about, why are you throwing out my stuff? And she said, because it's trash. What's in the trash? Mr. Moore didn't know about this. He didn't go in the house. What was found in the trash? Their photo album of their life together that she was trying to leave. Dr. Clark told you about each of the gunshot wounds, and it's 4 separate wounds, but again, we think 3 separate shots. All of them were from back to front. We know the projectile that was recovered from the near exit of her cheek, that was obtained. They obtained some projectile fragments from the fatal shot to her head, but those were so fragmented they weren't of much value. This isn't an accident. This isn't misfortune. This isn't sudden and sufficient provocation. This is cold, calculated murder. She didn't stand a chance. You've got evidence to corroborate those phone calls that Jerry Moore told you about. From not only his call log, but also Mr. Harvey's call detail records. That 5:10 a.m. phone call. And it's also corroborated by the video, right? And we'll look at that later, but it shows Mr. Harvey arriving at the Cathedral Drive home at 5:04 a.m. So it's consistent with being inside the house by 5:10 a.m., finding Miss Hill, throwing away their things, packing to leave, and he came to stop her. We also have corroborative evidence from the tracker that was found in Mr. Harvey's truck. The tracker that we'll look at in a minute, Miss Hill did not consent to. And we know that from her own words and her texts to him. You track me? You follow me? No. I'm changing. I'm getting a new phone. We're going to figure out this house situation. I'm done. You've seen the tracker records. Subscriber information. Not Rodrica Hill. She didn't put a tracker on her car to make sure she didn't lose it or misplace it. No, that was all the defendant. And we see, the tracker is always on her car up until law enforcement takes it to impound. Well, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. The car is always at Cathedral. The tracker is always at Cathedral up until law enforcement takes the tracker to impound. But what do we know? We know that these tracker records are tracking her car, yet somehow it ends up in Mr. Harvey's center console. How might that happen? Well, you saw the video, and it's in evidence at 2828 Cathedral, the Williams residence, that when he pulls in at 1 o'clock, he doesn't pull all the way in. He stops halfway up the driveway. If you look closely, you can see the white Mazda. There comes a little black opening, consistent with the trunk being opened. And what do you remember seeing the trunk looking like when law enforcement got there? That little hole in the carpeting that had been pulled out. What's underneath there? Metal. Pretty good place to put a tracker. Right? So we know he's thinking in advance about these things. Maybe he forgot it that night. Maybe the night, the morning of, he only remembered to get the ring battery, and we'll talk about that. Right? We know he picked up the casings because we couldn't find any. He's thinking about all of this. So maybe in all of his, thinking about these other things, the tracker loses his mind. He loses it out of his mind until he gets back in. He goes, oh, forgot the tracker. And he takes it off and puts it in his car. And then calls 911, right? Okay, now I've gotten rid of everything. So law enforcement can definitely come over now. And how did he use this tracker? We know through the text messages that are in evidence that he texts her out of the blue at 10:45 at night on August 13th. When you check in back in at the sleep in. And her response, huh? Right? She doesn't know what she's talking about. Right? He says, no, don't play with me, you have a room. My homegirl works at the front desk. If they have this mutual agreement to track each other, right, and it's all consensual, why is he lying about how he knows she's at the sleep in? Why wouldn't he just say, I saw you on your tracker. I saw where you were. Because she doesn't know, right? She doesn't know he's got a tracker on her car. Not yet. He was just there booking a room. She's sending me the information now. Well, what does the tracker show to corroborate that? 1695 Capitol Circle Northwest. Sleep in. She was there. 9:45 through 10:02 p.m. You were just there booking a room. He tells her that at 10:50 at night. So we know he's following her on the tracker. We know she goes to the sleep-in. She'll later go to the days in. Based on the tracker location, she's there for a significant period of time, 11:26 through 1:53 a.m. She goes to her house. We know that from the ring video, too. But let's talk about the days in, because we know she's there starting at 11:26 p.m. We also have his call detail records as well as the botany surveillance that shows him leaving just after 11:30 or so. I don't have it in front of me. It's in evidence. And he makes a right turn off botany. Where's he going? Oh, the day's in. That's where he ended up. What a coincidence that they're both at the same motel. Right? And the defense brought in Gary Knight. I think the point of that was going to try to say, oh, well, they're just old friends catching up. That's why he was there. He definitely wasn't there tracking down, stalking his ex-fiance. Right? It was just a coincidence that he was visiting a friend he hadn't seen in 15 years. At the same motel at the same time, his ex-fiance is there with another man. But what's he wearing, right? What's he wearing? He's wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and black boots. And that becomes important later when police find him the next day and he's in a gray t-shirt. Because we know he wasn't wearing a gray t-shirt the hours leading up to the murder. He was wearing a black one. And all during this time, call me, please call me, baby, call me, baby, call me. And what did she say? No, stop. I know it's not going to be just 1 minute. So he star 67 calls her, right? Like 10 times in a row. She's not answering. So he calls her from her other phone number, his other phone number. We know after she tells him, I am packing, I'm going home to pack, I am leaving. What does she do? Well, we see from the Ring video. She comes home. Right? Bug gets in the way, but she comes home by herself. And what does she start doing? She's taking all of her clothes. She's packing up her car. She's doing what she told him she was going to do. And what do we see when law enforcement gets there? Her Mazda is chock full to the brim of her things. Every other seat other than the driver's seat, full, clothing, suitcases, shoes, pillows, comforter, laundry basket, hangers with more clothes. I expect, based on some of the questions defense has asked some of the witnesses, that they're going to say, well, because the video doesn't show her exiting when she comes back at 4:57, she must have had a passenger with her, right? Must have been Crumby. We know she's packing up the car between 2:16 and 2:32. We know what her car's found like after she's been murdered. How's a passenger fit in that car? She didn't have a passenger. Evidence doesn't support that she did. That's what you have to look at, right? These are the texts that are coming out while they're at the day's end, right? She says, you know it's over, right? This is where I draw the line. And he turns the tables on her, right? Because he's the victim in this. How do you do me like this? I've done everything for you. This is what you do to me? She tells him, I'm leaving. That's on my locked up daddy. That's how serious she is. I'm leaving. What does he tell her? That's okay, I'll be here. I'll be here when y'all come out. Ain't got shit to lose. What else do I have to lose? Nothing. Right? And then again, he's still trying to make her feel like crap for having her own opinions about things, wanting to leave. Right? I've been nothing but good to you. How could you do this to me? I've always stood by your side. This is what I get in return? He feels entitled to her. And what's her response? I feel free. About to pack and leave. Thank you. All of his behavior, all of the texts, all the following has finally come to her realization. But again, he turns it on her because she's the problem, right? How do you do some shit like this? And then he tries to put it on the boyfriend, the friend, the Crumby, right? He's dead. But keep in mind what time that is, 2:10 a.m., right? This is all when the Days Inn stuff is going on. And what does she tell him at 2:11, right? When she's on her way to the house to pack up her stuff. There ain't no other guy. Again, he tries to guilt trip her. Put me in jail where you want me. My wife doing this shit to me, but it's okay. I gave you my everything. And what does she tell him at 2:19? And remember from the Ring video, she's at the house around, 2:16, 2:20, packing her stuff up. You run me down, track me. Yeah, nah. I need to free myself. New phone, new car. And I'm going to work on how we're going to do this house shit, because this is too much, right? She is cutting him off completely. If they had had marital issues in the past, if they had broken up and gotten back together in the past, this time's different. And she continues to tell him, I'm home packing my clothes. And what does he say? Please don't. "3:31 a.m. What does he tell her? Nothing matters no more. And then, a few minutes later, what happens? And if we look at the call logs, I guarantee you there's going to be a call between them prior to this text. She tells him, stop calling me with the threats. I have enough going on mentally. Do I need to call the police to do a welfare check on you? 3:41. I'm going to let you do you. Just hope you don't regret it. Grass ain't always greener on the other side. Here's the thing though. We know he didn't just let her do her, because he follows her back to the residence. We know she comes back at 4:56 a.m. and that's both from the Ring video and her vehicle tracker. And she doesn't get out of the car immediately. And if you'll remember from Sergeant Corbett yesterday, there was a phone call that was like a just under 7-minute phone call between Harvey and Miss Hill, right around that same time, around 4:56, 4:57. So yeah, she doesn't get out of the car immediately. She's on the phone with him. And if you count down 7 minutes or so from 4:57, what do you get? 5:04 a.m. And what happens at 5:04 a.m.? Mr. Harvey pulls in. He won't let it go. She's not leaving him, unless it's going to be on his terms. And we took a look at a lot of this surveillance video yesterday, the 2828 Cathedral. It's not the best, right? It's not going to show you who it is. It's not going to show you, it's a lot of shadows. It's a lot of trees. Not every piece of evidence is going to prove every single thing. Some of it's better than others. Your instructions will tell you that. So does the video help us establish a timeline? Yes. Does it help us establish, like the cell phone evidence, the call detail records, how long he's at Cathedral? Yes. Because he arrives at 5:04 and he leaves around like 5:37, 5:35. He's there for 30 minutes. And at 5:26, this is our last ring video that we have. And if you look, approaching steps to the front of the house, one figure. We had a lot of talk about the defense yesterday. Oh, but that could be two people, couldn't it? I mean, what other evidence do we have that shows it's two people at this house? Because Miss Hill, by 5:26, she's already murdered. And we've seen Miss Hill use the front door every time, right? In all the ring videos, she parks her car there, she uses the front steps. So why is this shadowy figure, why don't they just come up the steps, right? Nope, immediately walk away. I submit to you that that was Mr. Harvey. He's coming around to get the ring battery, and he realizes, still recording, so he turns around. And yeah, we don't have video of him or anyone taking the ring battery out, but we know it happened because we have recordings up until 5:26 a.m. And if we have recordings up until 5:26 a.m., that means a battery was in the ring up until 5:26 a.m. because that's its power source. That's how it records the video and then sends it up to the cloud. Where do they find the battery? Well, remember, right outside of Botany, odd place for a ring battery to be. The ring manual, the charger for the ring. Remember, this orange thing, that's not part of the battery. That's the charger. Who would know where a charger for the ring battery is kept? The defendant. It's his ring. He's the registered user, subscriber, his email. So we got rid of the charger too. And then what else do we find in the woods? Tied up neatly in plastic bags, right? 3 guns. And what about the trash can, right? This is the pathway that you have to take to walk to the back of the yards at Botany. A black t-shirt inside the trash can. And what was law enforcement missing? They were missing a ring battery, they were missing a murder weapon, and they were missing Mr. Harvey's black t-shirt that they knew he was wearing, right? We have video evidence of him wearing a black t-shirt. But he had changed into a gray one the next day. The boots, the black boots he had changed out of, those were still in his truck. They're in evidence. Okay, so 3 of the things law enforcement was missing from the crime scene are located, attempted to be destroyed. Some of it, ring battery, electronic equipment, the ring manual, that's all burned up in the fire. He was successful at destroying most of that. So law enforcement sends off the 9mm because we know that's what killed her from the medical examiner. He's able to tell based on the size of the wounds and the projectile itself that was recovered. And what do you know it? One of those 9mm in the wood line, the Sig Sauer, that Sig Sauer fired this projectile. But what else? What other physical evidence do we have? And we heard this yesterday from Ms. Hyatt, DNA. More is excluded from the Sig Sauer. The grip and the slide has defendant's DNA And again, remember, this is the murder weapon, the defendant's DNA, and Miss Hill's DNA. And you might ask, well, why would Miss Hill's DNA be on the murder weapon? Well, think about it this way. If you're shooting someone in the back, and we saw how bloody the crime scene was, there's spray, she's got it all in her braids, so when she's running, that cast is coming off onto the ceiling, onto the walls, onto the floor. I would submit to you her DNA is going to get on that gun, especially when it's pointed at such close range to her back. And what about the t-shirt, that black t-shirt? The t-shirt we were missing that we knew Mr. Harvey was wearing prior to the murder. Staining on it, brown staining, consistent, presumptive positive for blood, and yeah, sure. Could it be a lot of other things? Okay. Do I think it's ketchup? Probably not, considering she was murdered, and that involves actual human blood. I mean, we can't look at everything in a vacuum, right? You've got to look at all the evidence. But what did Miss Hyatt tell you about what she was able to look at with the DNA of that t-shirt? Of the stain, the red-brown stain, Miss Hill was 90% of that mixture. 90%. And Mr. Harvey was only 10% of the first stain that tested presumptive positive for blood. The second stain, again, she's still the major contributor, 63%, and he's only 37%. That's consistent with him wearing the shirt and her blood coming onto it. More is excluded. And more is excluded from the stains and from the wearer, right? She told you we'll take like the seams and the under the collar to see if we can determine who was wearing the shirt or could have been wearing the shirt. Harvey's DNA on the wearer of the shirt. And I think Miss Lim talked about, well, but there were, at least 2 possible contributors, at least 1 male. Could there have been more male? We've got 100% of this mixed DNA profile, right? 90 plus 10 is 100. There's no other like missing male DNA that we couldn't identify. 63 plus 37 is 100%. So then we look at the cell phone evidence. So we have physical evidence, we have ballistics evidence, we've got DNA evidence that only point to one person. That person right there, Christopher Harvey. But look, beyond a reasonable doubt, it's a high burden. So let's keep going. Let's look at the cell phones. Let's look at the cell phone evidence. So we get call detail records for both of Mr. Harvey's numbers, for Mr. Moore, for Miss Hill, for Mr. Crumby. And I talked to you earlier about when I think he killed Miss Hill and the time. And the medical examiner talked to you about due to the condition of her body, the livor mortis and the rigor mortis, she would have had to have been deceased for 8 to 12 hours from when, the photograph of her still in the rigor with the livor mortis was taken. And that puts it at what, like a 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. time frame? But we know she was still alive at 4:57, so we can exclude 3 a.m. because her vehicle is still driving. She drives up, right? So 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., we can exclude that. And that leaves us between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. What happens at 5:04 a.m.? After she has that incoming call from Harvey that lasts 6 minutes and 47 seconds. So it puts it right at 5:04 a.m. He drives into the driveway, and then she never has any other communication with anyone else living on this planet again. We know from Sergeant Corbett's presentation that this is all of her activity starting at 4:31 a.m. And then it all stops. There's no more outgoing events. And more importantly, there's no more incoming events that actually reach the cell site network. And Sergeant Corbett talked to you about that yesterday, how we see these on her records, right? We see incoming that, voice calls that are there, that are listed. But what did he tell you? He told you none of these after the 4:57 a.m. phone call, none of the rest of them connect because she doesn't have cell service anymore after that point. And why would that be? Well, either her phone died, but we know she's got like 5 chargers in her house, right? We saw all of them in the wall, empty. So if she's still alive, plug the phone in and charge it, right? Well, what's the other possibility that Corbett said? It'd be consistent with the phone being powered down. Why would somebody need to power down a phone for that length of time? Well, we know we didn't recover her phone. She's got a Samsung. It's the 407 number. Was never recovered. Chris Smith talked to you about how he went through every drawer, every cabinet, every room, every shoebox. Did not recover a Samsung phone. We also know that in the botany burn pile is electronic, burned plastic, burned electronic connections. You'd need to turn off a phone so it couldn't be tracked anymore. Because, it looks pretty bad as is that a murder occurs, the murder weapon with the defendant's DNA on it and the victim's DNA on it is behind botany, that the missing ring battery is in the burn pit. It's also pretty damning that the black t-shirt with the victim's blood on it has his DNA on it as well. But you got to make sure that the cell phone doesn't track back to botany. So it has to be turned off. That's just one possibility of what happened. Is there evidence to support that cell phone is in the burn pit? Maybe. Couldn't tell you. That's what fire does. It destroys things, right? We know there weren't any, pieces or parts in the kitchen or the living room. There wasn't signs of he threw it in the wall and smashed it, right? There's no holes in the wall. There's no debris on the ground from something like that. Could he have thrown it out the window as he drives back to botany? Maybe. I don't have to prove what he did with the phone beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that he removed the black t-shirt and the murder weapon, or the murder weapon, you don't have to believe he did all of those. Or the ring battery, all of that. Each of those are pieces of evidence that he tampered with to remove them from a crime scene. And you might say, or the defense might say, God, this is a whole lot of stuff that the state is saying he did after a brutal murder. It is. It took some time to cover up his tracks, but he had the time. He was there for half an hour. And maybe that doesn't sound like a lot of time when you're thinking about it in your head. If you think that, I suggest you play the video of 2828 Cathedral Drive that captures him arriving at 5:04. You see movement, the dome light's on, there's movement. Leaves the truck, someone leaves the truck, right? But who's to say it's him? It's the truck that he was just with, like 2 hours before, but who's to say it's him, right? We know that he doesn't come outside, back out to the truck for some period of time. I have this kind of written down, and rely on your own memory that all of the videos will go back with you in evidence. Just keep in mind that the 2828 Cathedral Drive, that timestamp's an hour behind. So don't rely on it for the timestamp that's on the video. You've got to put it an hour ahead. But if you want to look at it, he arrives at video number 3 around 5:04 a.m. Dome light goes off at 5:04. 5:07, dome light comes on. You see someone reaching over a console. Dome light off. From 5:12 a.m. to 5:24 a.m., no movement. And if you sit there and watch that video in real time, you'll realize how long 30 minutes is. You'll realize how long 12 minutes is. Around 5:25 a.m. and you'll go to the 5:12 to 5:24, that's video 4, where there's just an entire video with no movement. You go to video 5, 5:25 a.m., the dome light will come on again. You'll see reaching. There's a lot of like reaching and walking away and then coming back and then walking away. You'll see there's some kind of a light or a movement or something. It's hard to tell, right? It's from really far away. There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of bushes. We know that at 5:34:03, the dome light's on again. You can see someone reaching towards the console, putting an item in, and walking away. And then at 5:35, and this is real time, so it would be 4:35 on the video, there's some kind of it looks like a flashlight to me. You guys you are the jurors, I don't get to decide what you see, right? My job is to help aid you in evaluating this evidence. It looks like a flashlight to me, either from a phone, I don't know if it's an actual flashlight, and it's in the area around Miss Hill's vehicle, and it looks to me like it's going down the stairs. But then at 5:36 a.m., dome light goes out. Car turns on, backs out. And how does that person in that truck back out? Reverses in front of Miss Hill's car and then pulls out hood first. Just like he had done earlier on in the night from that other ring video that you saw. Video 44 is that afternoon when they arrive. His call records put him there. And we can corroborate it because what happens the next day around 1:05, 1:08, well, he calls 911. And so we know he was standing there with his handset then, right? We've got video of it, we've got audio of it. So we might not have video, well, we've got some video. We don't have video of him with his handset, I guess, at the time of the murder. He's in the same place. He's at Cathedral. He was at Cathedral then, he's at Cathedral now. Only now he's waited, 9 hours after he makes sure all the evidence is gotten rid of? And one thing that we haven't looked at, all of this will go back with you, and I know it's a lot. In Composite 44, and this is going to be some of the Cellbrite reports from his Verizon phone, you've got app usages, right? We know what he was looking at on his phone when he was looking at it, because cell phones record all of that. So let's look at what he was looking at. And this is 44J is just all the brick house usage. Remember, that's the GPS tracker. So let's scroll down. Right. We can go up to around 9 o'clock. When she's at the sleep-in. Yeah, 9:31. Move to foreground. He's got the GPS open. Right? A lot of this, move to background, move to foreground, move to background, move to foreground. And then when we get closer to when he leaves botany, around 12:16 a.m., and remember that's the Xfinity video, and you've got to count in hours from that. So 9 hours, 16 minutes, and 28 seconds would equate to 12 midnight, 12:16:28 a.m. And remember what Mr. Moore said. He was on his phone, he seemed ticked off by a text, and then he left. And I was like, you better not go do anything stupid. All right. Midnight. He's looking at it, just trying to see where she is. Right? 12:30 a.m. There's a break because he finds her. But then 2 a.m., he starts looking again. And then there's a break at 2:10 to 2:44. What happens between 2:10 and 2:44? The police come, right? That's when TPD are there. Right? Then there's about an hour, 20 or so minutes, hour break when he's not doing it. And look at this. 4:30, he's looking at the tracker. 4:40, 4:57. He looks at it briefly, right? Move to foreground, 4:57:06. Move to background, 4:57:25. What happens at 4:57? She gets home. And he's on the phone with her, and after the exact, time that call ends, he's pulling into Cathedral. But what happens after 4:57 a.m.? Tracker's not opened, at least not by him ever again, because we see 8:14:21 at 7:41 p.m. Remember what Sergeant Gaines was saying yesterday. Yes, the defendant gave him his passcodes to look at his phone, and Sergeant Gaines was like, I think I was looking through his phone because he gave us the passwords before they could be sent off to FDLE. So yeah, you're going to probably see a couple of events at 7:44 p.m. He's already at the sheriff's station. They've taken his phone by then. So that's the last time. He's looking at it constantly, right? Constantly, he's trying to see where she is. But guess what? 4:57, he finds her. And you'll see some texts about, Bae, where are you? Call me. Please call me. Please answer me. Where are you? He doesn't use the tracker to see where she is. We know he knows how. But after 4:57 a.m., he doesn't look for her ever again. Because he knows exactly where she is. We can also do this for the ring. So we can look at when he looks at the Ring app in his phone, right? You can see the video. You can see who's coming and going from your house. So 10:26 a.m., he moves it to the foreground and the background. And then nothing until 5:31 a.m., the night of the murder. "5:31, 5:31, 5:31, 5:31. And then nothing until 1:20 when he's at Cathedral calling 911, right? His plan is in action. And I think the defense asked some of the law enforcement, he was looking for videos, wasn't he? Right? He was trying to help you. He was looking through his phone saying like, yeah, I'll pull up the video right now. Because he knows it's not going to show anything. Because he's seen to that already. And again, 5:31, right? You'll see the text messages. 6 a.m. Bae, call me. Bae, where are you? Bae, can I come home? She never receives those, remember, because her cell phone has been off the network. But he still sends them. But he never checks the ring again. You're so worried that you don't check the ring that might have video of her leaving or somebody breaking in. Why don't you check the ring? Because he doesn't need to check the ring. For one reason, because he took the battery out of it because it's offline. But he knows where she is. There's an application usage log. And this is real lengthy because it'll show every single app you're opening, including a lock screen, a contacts, like messaging. You open text messaging app to message someone. It'll log it. Let's look at what he's doing. 5:04 after he pulls in to Cathedral Drive. So we know he has that call that ends with her at 5:04. Well, after that, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen. So nothing's happening. Lock screen's just up, right? You know from your own phone, if you have your phone in your hand, the lock screen comes up. That's lock screen. He's not messaging, right? We know when he's messaging because we've got, looking at the GPS, 4:57. He's launching contacts because he's on the phone with her. He's messaging. He's launching his messenger app, right? You can tell when he's actually doing something on the phone versus when it's just passive usage of lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, right? But at 5:10 a.m., we've got contacts, Android contacts, right? Because we know what happens at 5:10 a.m. There's that call to Jerry Moore. Again, corroborating Jerry Moore's testimony. Right? Then we go back to lock screen, 5:12. And nothing. Look at this gap. (5:12 to 5:26). Nothing. No calls. Not even a lock screen that's coming up, right, and activating. Nothing. Then we have the lock screen, right? Lock screen, lock screen, lock screen. He's not doing anything. We've got contacts and a launcher. Oh, look, 5:31. There's that Ring app. And yeah, we can only speculate what he's doing at that point. What he's doing at 5:31:18 a.m. isn't an element of murder. I don't have to prove to you exactly what he was doing every second of the day. That would be ridiculous. But he's got the Ring app open up until 5:31 a.m. And then lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, lock screen, right? Until 5:38 a.m. And what do we know happens at 5:38 a.m.? There's that second call with Jerry Moore. Again, consistent with Jerry Moore's testimony. Then we've got settings, messaging, lock screen. But remember when we looked at his contacts with her. And that was slide 6, I think. Oh, wrong PowerPoint, sorry. Let me get it up. All right, so this is 51C. It's in evidence. It'll go back with you. This is the summary from the raw records. You can look at the raw records if you want, but the timestamps are going to be off and they're Excel spreadsheets, so it's up to you. But this is the summary that Sergeant Corbett created, and it's with both of Christopher Harvey's phone numbers with the contact to Miss Hill. Right? Call type. Tons of text, lots of voice, right? This is the day, August 13th into August 14th. So now we're into early morning hours. Tons of voice calls, right? Here's the 10 *67 calls in a row. And look at all of these voice calls, very small seconds. She doesn't want to talk to him. She's told him already. He won't listen, right? So much communication. 4:57 a.m. And that's a voice call, right? He calls her a lot. The records support that. But what happens after 5:04 a.m.? He never calls her again. He sends text to her, right? Again, that he knows she'll never receive. Bae, call me. Please, Bae, where are you? Can I come home? Call me, Bae. This is a man who sent her hundreds of messages in her last hours of life. Call me. Please call me now. And when she didn't, he'd call her. Call after call after call after call. She wouldn't pick up. *67, *67, *67. Both phone numbers. He is not shy about calling Miss Hill on the phone. So why is it different after 5:04 a.m.? Because he knows where she is. And he knows she's never going to answer again. So he sends texts, right? Sends texts. Make him look like the doting, loving, worried husband. Alright, I'm going to pause that. It's important to remember what he's looking at when he makes that 911 call. He walks in to the house that he shared with his ex-fiancée of 11 years. Her blood, her teeth are covering the kitchen floor. this woman that he claims to love so desperately and dearly. At the door, on her knees, blood dripping from the doorframe. Baby. I don't know, I think she's breathing. I don't know, maybe faintly. Baby. And look, I understand people react differently to trauma. People react differently in any situation. I get that. But seeing a loved one brutally murdered and just walking into it for the first time, yes, there should be more emotion in his voice if he really is seeing it for the first time. Each of you probably felt more emotion seeing it than we hear in this phone call. And remember, this is how they find her. So that means, allegedly, right? Assuming, it's all a mistake. He didn't do this. He walks into his home. He sees this for the first time. And he doesn't run to her. He doesn't flip her over, shake her, try to do CPR. Anything. He doesn't touch her. Because he wanted her that way. He intended for her to be that way. She was leaving him. He felt his life was going to be over if she did, so he ended hers first. And then he cleaned it up, he covered it up, and plays the doting husband role when law enforcement arrives. Here's the problem, though. There's witness testimony, there's physical evidence, there's cell phone evidence, and there's your own common sense. This was a premeditated murder. She fought with everything that she had. But he didn't care, because that's how he wanted her. He's guilty under the facts. He's guilty under the law. I ask you to find him guilty as charged, because that's exactly what he is. Thank you.
Kind of an odd time. Do you want to try to go, or do you want to break for lunch? And then for the jury's edification, I think we can feed you if we kept going, but I don't know where everybody's thoughts on that.
Sure, I'm happy to check with the jury as to whether they want to go for lunch. I do need for a break. I can make that short, or we can break for lunch, whichever they prefer.
How do you guys feel about that? Do you want to just break for lunch, or do you want to keep going? Some resistance there, but do you need to take a 5-10 minute? Okay, let's do that. And yeah, we're not quite done yet, so please don't discuss the case. And we'll see you back in a minute. Yeah, just leave all that, the paper, all there is fine. Thank you. Please be seated. And while I have you here, is there any objection to the jury instructions as read?
Just as previously placed on the record, dealing with the heat of passion that's being included.
Yeah, I understand. And for the alternate excusal, nothing out of the ordinary there, just the regularly selected alternate. Juror number 13, is there any desire from the parties to excuse anybody else, or we go with that? Okay.
No, I mean, he's not being excused yet.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to make sure before, if the parties want to say, well, we should excuse so-and-so instead, then seat the alternate in place of somebody. So the parties aren't thinking that, correct? All right. If that is the case, could you just request a sidebar at the close of argument and make sure
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And we'll be off the record.
10 minutes, Judge?
Yeah, just
Yes, it's all. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna mess you up. Oh, yeah. Help yourself. Okay, however you want. Yeah, we go through it. And that's the context. Thank you. However you use it. Thank you. Well, I should say not that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
yeah.
No, I don't, and I need that court to be moved. Yeah, good idea. It's okay.
Are you ready? All right. Let's go back on the record. It's 2021 CF 2146, State of Florida versus Christopher Harvey. Defendant's present in the courtroom with his counsel and state's represented by Ms. Fox. I guess, is Ms. Diaz done?
She left us for brighter pastures out of town.
Okay. Let's bring the jury back in.
All rise during the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. In defense, you may give your closing.
Are your screens working? Mr. Harvey has said that he was not guilty from the moment that the police arrived at his house. He told every officer that. When he was arrested, he told the judge that, and he has continued to maintain that he is not guilty. Now, our criminal justice system is based on the presumption of innocence. That's the hallmark of our entire system. The state told you that you can start at first-degree murder, but the law says you have to start with the presumption of innocence. The state's burden is the highest burden that we have under the law. The prosecution must prove every element of every charge by proof beyond and to the exclusion of every one of your reasonable doubts. As a defense, we don't have to prove innocence. Anyone accused of a crime is presumed innocent. This is just a demonstrative to show you how high that burden is. And I know that we talked about it in jury selection, and I will continue to talk about it. And before I get started, I am not going to review everything that you have heard this week. It's been a long week. Everyone has been paying attention and taking notes. You assured us in jury selection that you would take this seriously, and I trust that you will. So I'm just going to go over the things that I think are important, and I'm going to move on. There will be many, many arguments that I do not make. Do not think that I am conceding. I'm just going to hit highlights. So the first officer that we heard from was Deputy Cannon. He said that when he arrived on scene, he was first, that there were signs of a struggle, and that this individual was obviously deceased. He told us that Mr. Harvey was frantic, that that's the demeanor. And then we saw a little bit of his body-worn camera, and we noticed that there was a dog. And the dog kind of came in the house and came out of the house and was moving around. I think that that's important because some of the blood that was on the floor could have been tracked out by the dog or other people who came in and out of the house that day. Now, I've written some things down to kind of focus me so I don't get all out, but if you'll just let me walk through everything. Some of these are a little too wordy, but just bear with me. So we heard the 911 call through Deputy Cannon. And the state has continued to judge Mr. Harvey's emotion on that 911 call. And they've admitted that everybody reacts differently. And it's true. But in the same breath, they want you to believe that he planned this crime, that he cleaned it up, that he covered it up, and then he forgets to fake emotion with the police. That just doesn't track. It doesn't make any sense. And you can't have it both ways. So the next person that we heard from was Jerry Moore. So I want to talk about a little bit of what he told us, okay? There was talk about whether or not he heard a gun rack on a phone call that he had with Mr. Harvey. And then when he was questioned on redirect, he said, well, could have been, it could have been not. Kind of went back and forth as to whether he heard the gun rack. But what's really important is he said that he never questioned Mr. Harvey about that when he arrived at Botany later that morning. That's very odd. you're on the phone with somebody, you hear a gun rack, they come over, and you don't say, hey man, what happened? Again, that doesn't track. He also, we're going to get into the timing of these things, but he didn't ever ask Mr. Harvey about this burn pit or burn area that was found in the backyard at Botany Place. So he says much later to police that he saw the fire that night and he saw Mr. Harvey outside. But he never asked Mr. Harvey, hey man, what are you doing? Burning stuff in the backyard. Never mentions that. Doesn't ask any questions. He told us that Mr. Harvey didn't shower at Botany Place. He says that they hung out, they went to sleep, they woke up the next morning and went to Cathedral. He told us that when he got to Cathedral that he was scared, that he was crying, that he jumped out of the truck. And I know you've seen these videos many times. If you want to, all of this evidence is going to go back with you. You can watch that again and find out if that's consistent with what he is telling us. He told us on that witness stand that he told the police in his interview at the station about the fire in the backyard. And then we proceeded to hear from every officer that spoke with him that he didn't mention that at the 4 o'clock interview. It was before 4 o'clock. We know that. We don't know the exact time because he was dropped back off at his house at 4 p.m. So he doesn't mention anything when he's downtown being interviewed by the police. He's photographed. These are the photos. This is State's Exhibit 16. You'll have a chance to look at all of these. Doesn't mention anything about a burn pit. Then they take him to his house, drop him off, and the police show back up to do further investigation based upon what we later learned Detective Gaines told them to do. They show up at midnight, and that's the first time he mentions a burn pit. That's odd. That seems like a pretty big piece of information that the police would want to know about. So you have to ask yourself, why would he make that up? Why would he omit that information? He also said that this fire was blazing so big that he could see it from laying on the couch inside. And we heard different testimony from different people about this fire. And this fire is so big and maybe not big, but strong that it burns the tire of the lawnmower next to it, and it burns an unknown piece of plastic that we just don't know what it is. I think the state's been inferring that it's possibly a cell phone, which they can't prove. But it doesn't burn paper. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we'll talk about the fire when the officers arrive. The next witness that we heard from was Veronica Henry, and she was Miss Hill's best friend. She told us that Miss Hill and Mr. Harvey were in a 10-year relationship. At one point, they were going to get married, and that they had a rocky relationship, that it was normal for them to break up and get back together, break up and get back together. Now, she said she'd never heard of an open relationship, but she did say that there was cheating on both sides. So whether it's open or it's not, people aren't being faithful. So she also told us that Miss Hill and Mr. Harvey hadn't been intimate since 2020, which is through COVID, while they're living in the same house. Then we heard from Deputy Bosley. When she arrived, she was one of the first people on scene, that it was chaotic. She told us that Mr. Harvey was helpful to their investigation until he was started to look at as a suspect. that he willingly gave her 2 phones, that he told the police, yeah, you can search my truck. He allowed the police to go into his house, which he didn't have to do. He told her about surveillance. He told her about where he was, people that he had interacted with. He's trying to give her information about where he was so they can focus on who did this. And then I asked her, was he emotional? And she said that he did cry when he was in the police car 2 times. And the state kind of tried to infer that, well, that's because, he feels sorry for himself now. And I would submit to you that not everybody reacts the same way, that he's in shock when he gets to that house. He was not expecting to find what he found, and he didn't react as they expected. But as he's sitting there, he realizes what is happening, that they are looking at him and not looking for who actually did this. So then we heard from Detective Smith, who was with the crime scene unit. And we heard that he took thousands of photos, collected 40 different swabs, fingernail scrapings, a rape kit, video surveillance. There's different phones that were collected, that he took photos of tire impressions. He also took photos of boot impressions. And these are the 31 items that he collected from Cathedral Drive. And I didn't go through all of them with him because they're not as important as the one thing on this list that was sent to FDLE. And that's SW25, which is a swab of a black gasket around the rear driver's side door. That's the item that was selected to be sent for testing. They collected all of these items, and that's the one that is selected. So we learned from Detective Smith that they didn't find any shell casings at the residence at Cathedral Drive, that he didn't collect that necklace that we saw on the ground, the Sagittarius necklace, that the state is implying that was ripped off. I mean, if we wanted to know who took that necklace off, wouldn't you want to collect that and test that? Doesn't that seem like probative information? So he told us that at some point while he's on the scene, it started raining. And so they decided to take the Mazda that's out front, which was Miss Hill's vehicle, and transport it. He told us that he searched Mr. Harvey's truck on scene, but that search wasn't thorough. And I would like for you to compare the photos that were taken of Miss Hill's Mazda to the photos that were taken of Mr. Harvey's truck and see everything in Miss Hill's car is taken out, it's laid out, it's photographed, it's documented. In Mr. Harvey's truck, you can look very easily at the bed of the truck, and there's trash, there's fishing poles, there's work equipment, there's fertilizer, there's tons of stuff, and nothing is documented. So why am I making a point of that? Because the state is submitting to you that this vehicle, that his vehicle was searched, and that after the search, there wasn't a tracker that was found. I submit to you that that truck was not searched. So I want to point your attention to a couple of other things that were swabbed and collected at the Cathedral Drive house. So SW5 is a swab of the interior door handle from the laundry room. I'm pointing this out because we've seen tons of video, and there's nothing to imply that anybody exited the front of the house. That's pretty important information. It means that whoever did this exited the rear. So this swab of the door handle in the back would be very probative of who that individual was. They collected it, but it wasn't tested. And when I asked Detective, now Sergeant Gaines, how did you decide what you were going to test? He said he didn't know. I'd like to also point out that SW12, and SW is just search warrant, so it's item number 12, is a swab of a black track cell phone that was found in Mr. Harvey's truck. So that's in addition to the 2 that he gave to the police. Now, Detective Gaines knew that Miss Hill, or was told that Miss Hill had a second cell phone. They find a cell phone in the truck, and nothing is done with it. Nobody's interested in what happened. And then it's also important, SW30 is a swab of the Ring doorbell. Now we heard, that on this particular model you would need a special screwdriver to remove this battery. Well, Ring has different models. And some, it's an easy release, and some you have to have a special screwdriver. And I believe it was Detective Gaines that said that this model had to have a special screwdriver. But whoever took this battery out, if it was taken out, which I'll get to later, isn't captured in the neighbor surveillance. Now we know that from the neighbor surveillance, not everything is captured. It's not clear, it's at night, it's dark. But this Ring doorbell is swabbed. It's collected. It's taken off of the house. It's placed into evidence. And this doorbell that has become, quite frankly, the center of this case, is not tested for DNA, and it's not tested for fingerprints. So these are 3 things that are important that were collected and that nobody ever followed up on. Then we heard from Jasmine Williams, who is the neighbor who lives at the 2828 Cathedral Drive. She's the lady who has the surveillance that has been talked about a lot in this case. She says that she's outside and she hears Mr. Harvey on the phone. She says he seems pretty calm and that he's talking to somebody. She told us that she didn't hear Jerry Moore and that she hadn't had a chance to watch the surveillance videos before the police arrived, and that she didn't watch them after they left. She also told us that she and the police watched them in fast forward. Then we heard from Detective Blake Howard. He told us that Mr. Moore did not mention this fire at any point during his interview. That Mr. Moore is the one who directed him to his call logs. And that he didn't collect Mr. Moore's phone, but he did capture these certain screenshots. And this is one of State's Exhibit 17. And so he takes screenshots to capture who's calling who. But up the top, up here, you can see a little icon that appears to be a black female, and it has an alert. And it certainly looks like it's an alert from Facebook. Now, he didn't scroll through the contacts looking for Miss Hill. Detective Blake Howard didn't go into 2811 Botany Place. And he doesn't recall if he called Mr. Moore, if he just showed up. He did tell us that Mr. Moore was never a suspect in this case. That Mr. Moore, who lived at this residence, where all of this evidence is found, is never a suspect in this case. They rule him out that day. They interview him, they let him go, they take him home, they follow back up, they find out about a fire for the first time, and he's still not even considered a suspect. We heard briefly from Sergeant Moniger. He said he's the co-supervisor of Detective Gaines, that it's typically a team effort regarding what is processed. Now, this is a little bit important because everybody is distancing themselves from being the decision maker. The lead detective makes the calls. The lead detective said, well, we make the decision as a team. But nobody on this team made any decisions that give us any answers today in this courtroom. So then we had Detective Smith come back on the stand, and this was because he processed several different scenes. So it's interesting that in his very detailed reports of everything that he documents, collects, itemizes, photographs, he never notates that there is a missing battery in the ring. He never photographs them. In fact, the 3 photos that we have of the ring, which is states 6, A, B, and C, don't show it open. Don't show anything missing. This is all we have. This is it. So you might remember that when Detective Gaines was on the stand, I was showing him some photographs of the backyard. And I asked him if he was familiar with how to find out the information from the photo as to when it was taken. And if you have a digital copy of these photographs, you can always right-click it, go to Property and Detail, and it will tell you the timestamp of when a photograph was taken. These photographs were taken on August 16th at 3:09 p.m. Now, why is that important? Because at this point, when he is photographing this, they believe they have already found a burned battery. And it's not photographed that something's missing. It's not documented that something's missing. Now, he says that they matched the model number, but they weren't able to match the serial number. There was no swab that was ever taken of the Ring doorbell, which I've already mentioned. And he says, that when he arrives at Botany Place, which is after midnight, which at this point would be August 15th of 2021, that this fire is still smoldering pretty good. Now, I don't know what he means by smoldering pretty good. I know that there was testimony from Moniger that it wasn't smoldering. But when he arrives and views and photographs and combs through this fire, Mr. Harvey has already been detained for 11 hours. Meaning he hasn't been even in the area. And it's still smoldering after he told us that it had rained that day. And we know it rained because they moved the Mazda to a safe location so they didn't lose information from it. Now, the fire is in a somewhat small area. And they want you to believe that this fire is so intense, so powerful that it can burn through rubber and plastic, but it can't burn through paper. It's also important that fingernail scrapings and fingernail clippings are preserved at the autopsy. They're collected and they're preserved. So then we heard from Dr. Anthony Clark, who is a medical examiner. And he told us that he did not determine a time of death, and he didn't have opinions on time of death. But when he was pressed about time of death, he ultimately said, well, with this livor mortis, which he had never mentioned before, he talked about rigor mortis before, but on the stand is the first time he talked about this livor mortis, that is typically 6 to 8 hours from when a body is placed in a position. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at photo 7391 or 7390. It really doesn't matter which one it is. And right-click the photo, go to Properties, look at the details, and you will see that these photos were taken on August 14th of 2021 after 6 p.m. Now, why is that important? Because he told us on that stand that he can't make a determination for time of death because he didn't know when the photographs were taken. Well, now we know. And if you do this and go through and see what time, you will have done more than the investigator in this case. And so what's important about that is he told us that the livor mortis usually lasts for 6 to 8 hours. Now, the state just got up here and said, well, it could be 8 to 12 hours. I just take notes, and this is all medical stuff, and it's quite frankly a little bit over my head. So I could be wrong. Please use your collective memory. But I believe he was saying rigor mortis is 8 to 12 hours, and then another 12 hours, and then depends on the refrigeration. It's very confusing. But I think collectively you will remember what he said. But even if it was 8 to 12 and not the 6 to 8 that I had in my notes, from the time that the photo is taken to the time that we know Mr. Harvey leaves, that he tells the police he leaves at 5:36 a.m. is 12 hours and 24 minutes. Meaning Mr. Harvey could not have done this. This is it. He could not have done this. And this doctor did not want to get into this, but he was pressed. And he told us that, stippling happens between 18 and 24 inches, and muzzle is between 2 and 3 inches. And again, I've been paying attention to you. You've been taking good notes and listening carefully. And if what I'm telling you is different than what you have in your notes, please use your notes. But what's important about this is when he's talking about how close the individual is to Miss Hill, it's close, right? I mean, it's between 2 and 24 inches. And I'm going to explain why that is important later. So then we heard from Mr. Williamson. He appeared on Zoom because he was on vacation, which is fine. He did 3 cell brights, which are extractions from the phone. And again, this stuff is very technical, and you might be smarter than I am and comprehended all of this. But what's different is the cell bright pulls everything from the phone. You have to have a phone in order to pull everything. Otherwise, you just have call records and cell site locations. But if you have the actual phone, you can pull everything that has been on the phone, all of the apps, all of the photos, everything. So from these phones, we have everything. From the other phones that are in question, they were not seized, they weren't taken by law enforcement, And so we don't have extractions on this. And I'm going to get into that when we talk about Sergeant Corbett. Then we heard from different fingerprint analysts, Felicia Bowen. She received some latent prints from Detective Smith. None of those were of value. So she didn't keep the print card. That's their policy. And now we don't know where they came from, at least from her. Then we also heard from Karen Knudsen. And she did find one print of value on a gun. And that print matched to somebody else. And his name was DeAndre Scott. So then we heard from William Black, who was a firearms analyst. And he told us that this firearms analysis is a subjective process, that it is in fact self-authenticating, meaning once he makes an identification, he excludes every other firearm that could have been used. So he said he stopped the analysis once he compared his number 8 to his number 16. Well, why is that important? Because it's subjective. He makes that determination. And once he determined that it matched, he stopped. He didn't compare anything else. Now, he admitted that the inside of a barrel over time can become corroded. And the example that was used was a hammer and a nail. And that makes sense. He agreed to that. He told us that he didn't test fire for stippling. He doesn't know if he read the detail information from the detective that was sent. He did tell us that when he makes a match, there is no threshold. It's not this many things have to match. There have to be this many similarities. There can't be any differences. That it's just, if he thinks it matches and it looks like it lines up, then it's a match. And then we saw on this device a colored picture of the two things that he had matched. I would put it up here, but I have a black and white copy that's not as good as the color copy that we saw. And it was clear in that picture, at least from sitting where I was sitting, that it didn't look like a match. I mean, it's a subjective thing. And he said, sometimes he can turn and see if it matches. And then he admitted that sufficient studies have not been done to understand the reliability and reproducibility of the firearms analysis method. Now, why is that important? Because these people come into court and they tell you they're an expert. And they tell you they have all this training. And they've done all of this research. And then years later, the scientific community says, we don't believe this anymore. And that's happened time and time again. It's happened with bite marks. We brought that up. So in 2009, the National Research Council had questions about this area of science. So please use that as you are determining whether or not a match was made. Then we heard from Mr. Crumby. And he told us on the late night of August 13th, early morning of August 14th, that Mr. Harvey came and went from the hotel 3 times. That he sped off, screeched his tires. And what's really important is the call records that we have so painfully gone through do not support that at all. Those call records show Mr. Harvey staying at the day's end. Doesn't show him coming and going and coming and going like Mr. Crumby said. Mr. Crumby was asked about whether Mr. Harvey was walking around the Days Inn, knocking on doors, and he said, well, I don't know nothing about knocking on doors. He did tell us that he came down to the front desk he called down to the front desk and asked them to send someone, and that he was looking out the window, watching what was happening outside, and nobody came. Now, that's important because we know from Officer Macunez that officers did arrive. So he's saying he's looking out the window and nobody ever comes. So, other important information that we learned from Mr. Crumby is that he learned on August 14th of 2020, he learned that Miss Hill was dead around 10 or 11 a.m. And he remembered that because he was at the mall waiting for it to open. Now, admittedly, I didn't ask whether it was the Tallahassee Mall or the Governor Square Mall. I didn't think to ask that. Regardless, his phone records that we learned from Sergeant Corbett don't show him at either mall. In fact, at 10 or 11 in the morning, we see him down in Crawfordville near Woodville Highway. So why is that important? Because he knows Miss Hill is dead before anybody else knows. And he told us that he got a call from Kenny. And he gave us the number. And we wrote it down and looked through his Cellbrite, through Sergeant Corbett, and learned that the number for Kenny, the 305-986-772 number, is not in his phone. Okay, so admittedly, they could have communicated through an app, right? It doesn't have to be through a phone. You can call through Facebook Messenger. So I don't know what happened, but I know that it's not in his call log. And I know that we don't have his Cellbrite because his phone was never taken by the police. A Cellbrite was never extracted from his phone. So we don't have information of if or when he ever spoke to Kenny. But that's how he supposedly got the information about Miss Hill's death. So he was also asked to identify Miss Hill's house from a Ring doorbell camera. And that Ring was number 56232. He told us that he had been to her house maybe once, that he doesn't know if he picked her up or he just drove by. But he was able to identify the house from the house looking towards the street at night. Mr. Crumby did not give a buccal swab. He did not meet with police. And he told us he was in town, in Tallahassee, when Miss Hill's funeral was happening, and he didn't go. That's what he told us. So next we heard from Officer Macunez, and she's the officer that responded to the day's end, early morning hours of August 14th. She told us that she met Gary Knight and someone who she later learned to be Mr. Harvey. She didn't hear any loud voices, that they were very cooperative, that they remained calm, they weren't defensive, they weren't angry, they were helpful and forthcoming. And she was there from 2:17 a.m. until 2:42 a.m. And this is all consistent with what Mr. Harvey told the officers. I was at the day's end. And then they confirm it. He was at the day's end. He's not hiding that information. And the state has made a big deal about this photo that shows Mr. Harvey in a black shirt, standing near his truck, and it's time-stamped at the top, 2:22 on August 14th. So I'm going to put this down for just a minute because this black shirt has been a big deal. We're going to get to it. And then we heard from Detective Godwin. And I'm sorry, I'm just going in order of the witnesses that came in. He told us that he photographed and collected clothing for Mr. Harvey at the police station. This is after his interrogation, that he collected jeans, a gray shirt, underwear, shoes, socks, a belt. He also collected tissue that they thought Mr. Harvey was, getting dirt or whatever out from under his fingernails, that they collected that. He photographed his hands. There's no injuries, only old scarring. And he photographed him. So there's been a lot to do about the black shirt, right? This is the early mornings of August 18th. And for the record, I'm showing you, and you'll have a chance to look at all of this, State's Exhibit 37. It's been a big deal that he's in a different shirt. I usually change my shirt every day. But it appears that he's wearing the same jeans. Now, why am I making a big deal about this? Because those jeans were collected by Detective Godwin, and it doesn't appear that there's any blood or any spraying material from someone who would have been between 2 and 24 inches of shooting somebody. So they collect his pants and don't test it. And Detective Godwin was also crime scene, and we know that there was no gunshot residue test that was ever done. And State tried to ask the lead detective why they don't do that, and he says, I don't know. But we know it wasn't done. So then we heard from Maria Hyatt, I think is how you pronounce her last name. And she is a DNA analyst. And it's somewhat confusing as to all of the scientific and technical information that she went through. But she told us about transfer DNA and that a rough touching can pass DNA. Now, this is important because any type of rough touching can transfer DNA to clothing. So they collected Ms. Hill's clothing at the autopsy, they processed it, and then it was never sent to a lab to be tested. Ms. Hyatt told us that she did receive a swab of the one item, the SW25, of the black gasket of the rear driver's side door. And she received that item because it presumptively tested positive for the presence of blood on scene. Now let's think about this. On scene, it tests positive for blood. And then when she gets it at the FDLE lab, it's a complete profile to Mr. Harvey. So is it Mr. Harvey's blood? Or is it not blood? These presumptive tests are not proof of anything. Of course his DNA is going to be on his truck. What does that prove? Why is that the one item that this lead detective decided to send to the lab? How is the the back gasket of the vehicle going to prove anything about this murder? She told us that she received burned tan material from the fire and that there wasn't enough DNA to move forward with any testing. We talked for a while about the t-shirt that she did receive. This is it. States 19. and that there were there were brownish stains. State kept repeating that it was reddish brownish, but she said it was brownish stains. Now, she said that this tested positive for the presumption of blood, but that it wasn't confirmed, meaning it could possibly be blood. She took 2 small cuttings down here, small cuttings, to determine DNA. This shirt, they want you to believe that these small things is the only blood that would appear on a shirt from somebody who's standing 2 to 24 inches away. That doesn't make any sense. If you're standing that close to somebody, there's going to be more blood. So what she told us is that she can't tell you what type of DNA it is. That at FDLE, they don't make any bodily fluid determinations. Now, why am I highlighting that? Because you've been told repeatedly, it's her blood, it's her blood, it's her... No, it's not. FDLE did not say it's her blood. In fact, they said, we don't do that kind of testing. We don't make that kind of determination. And is it reasonable that if you're standing that close to somebody that you're going to have that small of blood on a t-shirt and nothing on jeans? She was asked about that brownish stain. And she told us that ketchup can also test positive for the presence of blood. She was asked about the brown stain. Could that be food? Could that be dirt? Yeah, it could. Before I get there, we heard that the spray from the gun is how Miss Hill's DNA ended up on a gun. That it sprayed and there's blood everywhere. So there's blood everywhere, and it's not on Mr. Harvey? And he didn't take a shower at Botany Place, and he's wearing the same pants, and they collected the pants, and they don't send them off? So then we heard from the lead detective, Sergeant Gaines. And his direct examination took longer than his investigation at Cathedral Drive. So you guys are having to do his job. You've been called in here to evaluate this information and this evidence because he didn't do it back in August of 2021. He told us that there was no canvas done of the neighborhood. That is investigation 101. You walk around, you talk to all the neighbors. Did you see anything? Did you hear anything? That wasn't done. You want to know why? Because they saw Mr. Harvey, and this is what they did for the rest of their investigation. They didn't look at anything else except Mr. Harvey. That's it. They didn't analyze any other information. They didn't look into any other suspect. They didn't confirm for you that those people couldn't have been involved. The explanation that he gave as to why he didn't send other items to FDLE is because FDLE had submission limits. It's just not good enough. Number one, it's not true. You can resubmit things to FDLE many times, and especially in a case as serious as this, it happens all the time. So that is just an excuse for why the right job wasn't done. Now, all of this evidence that we've heard over the past couple days is not new information. It's not novel. Mr. Harvey told them where he was. He said, I was at the Days Inn. I went to my house. I went to Botany Place. He told them this. He told them Miss Hill had 2 phones. They didn't bother looking for the second one. He told them that they tracked each other. They didn't bother looking on his truck. They didn't bother looking. Mr. Harvey told them that there was a path in his backyard. We looked at those photos. They didn't bother looking at that path. Now, if Mr. Harvey had said anything incriminating, you would have heard about it. You would have heard about it over and over and over. And you didn't. Because he told the police, I didn't do this. Go find out who did.
Objection, the fact's not in evidence.
Overruled.
Sergeant Gaines told us that he didn't call Mr. Crumby until September 8th of 2021. That's almost 3 weeks after Sergeant Gaines knew that he was with Miss Hill that night. 3 weeks he didn't call him. Called him one time, didn't connect. He returned the call. They talked. He wanted to arrange an in-person meetup, and that never happened. And then he just gave up. That's it. If he didn't have more to learn from Mr. Crumby, why would he try to make an in-person meetup? They're just explaining it after the fact as to why he didn't do a good job. So on the videos yesterday, we saw a van driving by the Cathedral residence at 5:31:46. That's important because Sergeant Gaines says, no other cars are coming and going. There's nothing else going on. And then a minute later, less than a minute later, we showed you a video, and that's at 5:32:06, where you could see in the top right corner 2 people walking in that yard. So either Sergeant Gaines didn't see it because he was fast forwarding through the surveillance, or he chose to not put it in his report. And either one is unacceptable. Because that was never looked into. It was never followed up on. Now, there was a text at 5:46 a.m. from Mr. Harvey to Miss Hill that said, I'm going to stay where I am, cater to him. And he is referring to the man that she is with. Because at this point, he's left the residence saying, you do you, I'm going to go to sleep. And a big deal was made about, well, he's not using the tracker and he's not using the ring. It's because it's 6 o'clock in the morning and he's sleeping. Well, there's no more text. He's sleeping. They've been up all night. And then we heard from Sergeant Corbett. And his entire presentation was information we already knew. We learned from Sergeant Corbett that Miss Hill goes back to the Days Inn at 4:27 a.m. and stays there for about 11 or 12 minutes. We learned from Sergeant Corbett that Mr. Harvey is at Botany at 5:44 a.m. we learned that there's no call from Kenny from the number that I asked him about to Mr. Crumby. We learned Crumby wasn't at the mall at 10 or 11 like he told us. We learned that Mr. Crumby left Tallahassee on August 15th of 21 and avoids police from then on out. Talks to him on the phone one time and never meets up with him. Sergeant Corbett told us that there was no extraction of Miss Hill's phone, there was no extraction of Mr. Crumby's phone, and no extraction of Mr. Moore's phone. And why is that important? Because that would show us, through other apps, possible communications. And that's just information we don't have. So this morning we heard from Mr. Gary Knight. He told us that he ran into a friend, an old coworker at Circle K, and that he said, if you're in the area, come on by. It's not an invitation. It's not a be here at 5 o'clock. He said he was surprised when he showed up because he didn't think that he would show up because people don't do what they say. But he was happy when Mr. Harvey got there because he needed help. He needed work. He was down on his luck. He was homeless, staying at the hotel, and he needed to find some work. He told us, just like Officer Machunas, that Mr. Harvey wasn't upset, he wasn't angry, he didn't come and go, he stayed there for a few hours, that they were drinking and catching up. He told us there was no screeching of tires, no banging on doors, none of that. And then we heard from Sergeant Pittman. And he collected the surveillance from the neighbor. It's decent quality. It's looking through trees. Couldn't see faces, gender, or race. He said he just collected it, put it on the thumb drive, and moved on. He didn't capture all the angles, only captured one, only one that is of value. He told us that he didn't critically analyze the surveillance because that would have been the lead detective's responsibility. And then we heard from Deputy Pye, who wrote in his report, it should be noted that Jerry did turn over his phone to me to further prove his innocence. You know who else turned over his phones to prove his innocence? Mr. Harvey. Was that noted? Was he given the same treatment? How is it that one person turns over a phone, and that's to prove your innocence, and another person turns over his phone, and it's not to prove your innocence? Deputy Pye told us that he watched the surveillance with the neighbors, and this is what's important, is because this is an active investigation, right? There's many people on scene. We heard it was chaotic from Deputy Bosley. But what he's doing is he's relaying information. Oh, I've got this. Oh, I've got this. Because at this point, the police haven't talked to Mr. Harvey. They haven't asked him. So he's saying, this is what I see. And the investigation is going based upon what he tells them he sees on the surveillance. He's watching it in fast forward. He's confused about, is it a person? Is it a bush? Is it a dog? And we didn't play his body worn because he said, if that's what it says, that's what it says. Now, what's important is he's writing in his report all of these events that are happening. But he's watching it in fast forward, and he's missing stuff. And not everything is included. And it's not until much later, or maybe never, until yesterday, the detective Sergeant Gaines realizes that there's other cars coming and going at the critical period of time, right around 5:30. Nobody else mentions that there's other cars coming and going. Nobody mentions that there's two individuals on the surveillance. And maybe that's an oversight on their part. But it's unacceptable. Because it's not a complete investigation. They're not looking into things. The burden of proof in a criminal case is the highest under the law. So the law you must presume under the law that Mr. Harvey is not guilty. And this is just a demonstrative. So that means that if it's highly unlikely that he committed this crime, the verdict would be not guilty. If it's probably not, the verdict would be not guilty. If it's perhaps, the verdict would be not guilty. If you suspect that maybe he did this, your verdict must be not guilty. If you think, well, it's possible that he did this, your verdict must be not guilty. If you think, well, he's probably guilty, probably is not enough, your verdict must be not guilty. If you have a strong belief of guilt, your verdict must be not guilty. Guilt must be proven beyond all reasonable doubt. But it's not just proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's proof beyond every reasonable doubt. It is proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And each one of you can have your own doubts. They don't have to be the same. And any one doubt is enough. This is the entire instruction that you've already been read, that you have to have an abiding conviction of guilt, that it cannot waver or vacillate. And we went over this in jury selection, that this is the highest burden. That probable cause, which is the fourth step on this demonstrative, probable cause is all that they need to make an arrest. That's it. You can arrest somebody and take away their liberties on probable cause. But in order to convict somebody of a crime, it is the state's burden, and only their burden, to prove every element of the crime beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So again, if you're thinking, well, he didn't do it, that's easy, not guilty. If you're thinking, I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, it's not guilty. If you think he probably didn't do it, that's not guilty. If you think, I don't really know, because the police didn't do a good enough job, I have questions, I don't really know, that's not guilty. If you think he probably did it, that's not enough. If you're sitting here and you're thinking, well, the score is, maybe it's 6-3, that's not guilty. That's how this system is built. And if you're thinking, I'm really, really sure that he did do it, but the prosecution didn't prove it to me by proof beyond every reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Now, inevitably, there will be things that I have not covered. There will be questions that you have, arguments that I have not made. Again, I'm not going to go through everything. And I'm going to have to sit down. And the state's going to get up and counter everything that I've said. And the reason they get a second close is because they have the burden of proof. So any questions that you have that you're thinking, I don't know about that. That doesn't make sense. I wish I had this piece of evidence. That falls on the state. That does not fall on the defense as to why we didn't answer these questions. If you're thinking, I wish I had more information, those questions are to be answered by the state. So I thank you for your time and attention. And we are asking that you return the only fair and just verdict in this case. Not guilty.
State your rebuttal argument.
So, firearm analysis is junk science, but fingerprint analysis isn't. And we should definitely be concerned with this fingerprint on the Lorsen. The Lorsen, by the way, doesn't work, remember, with the magazine that was provided. William Black had to literally hand chamber each round to get it to fire. And the fingerprint belonging to DeAndrew Scott, right? What did the defense forget to mention about DeAndrew Scott, though? Not a good point for them, so they just decided not to bring that up. He's in prison for murder and has been since 2014. Can cross him off the suspect list. Pretty airtight alibi. Forensics is rarely going to be able to tell you how a fingerprint got on a gun. It didn't even work properly. Maybe it's an old gun. I don't know. It's a red herring, though, right? They want to, let's focus on this print of this other person, but fail to look at who is this other person and where was he and did he have the opportunity to commit this crime? No, we don't want to look at that. We just want to point out that somebody else's fingerprint is on the gun that doesn't work. They also didn't mention that part, that the Lorsen wasn't functional with the magazine that it had. And you know, they keep saying like, oh, Jerry Moore is at botany. And Jerry Moore doesn't talk about the burn pit until much, much, much later. So what, Jerry Moore burned all this stuff? Is that what they're saying? Jerry Moore did it. Okay, well, Jerry Moore's DNA was excluded from the murder weapon and the t-shirt. Jerry Moore's cell phone records placed him at botany the entire night. Jerry Moore had no calls with Miss Hill. Doesn't even know Miss Hill. Okay, so Jerry Moore didn't do it. So what about Jermel Crumby, right? Because he was with Miss Hill, so let's look at him. Okay. We know the murder weapon and a t-shirt with the victim's DNA and Mr. Harvey's DNA is at Botany. So Mr. Crumby, I guess, concocted this genius plan. He's going to kill Miss Hill. For what reason? I don't know. Right? Because they were just in a casual relationship. They were old friends from high school. So he decides, I guess, he's going to murder Miss Hill, and so he gets a ride to her house. But again, where does the cell phone evidence put him? He's at the hotel the entire night. We saw that yesterday with Chris Corbett. It'll go back there with you. He's on his phone. He's doing data sessions and calls. And yeah, at some point there is a break in time when he stops using his phone until about 6 a.m., which is consistent with going to sleep. So his last call is 4:29, that 4:29 phone call with Miss Hill. Again, these are the cell site locations. Capitol Circle Southeast for all of them. We saw it on the map yesterday. And here's all his data records. And it's real tiny little font. But same cell site. Capitol Circle Southeast, Capitol Circle Southeast, Capitol Circle Southeast. He never deviates once because he's at the day's end. 5:57, right? 5:42, the defense is saying, oh, look, there's two people in the video at 5:30 in the morning. All right, this is the same video that the defense is saying, like, you couldn't possibly say that's the defendant, but now we're going to say, like, two shadows is two people. Well, we know one of those shadows isn't Mr. Crumby because he's using his phone at that time, and it's using the Days Inn Capitol Circle Southeast cell tower. Same one he's been using the whole night. Until he leaves the next morning around 6:16 a.m. and he goes straight to the Oak Ridge Road. Well, he doesn't go to Oak Ridge Road. He goes down to his mom's house, but it's using the Oak Ridge Road tower. So, how did all that stuff get over at Botany Place? So say this, I guess, what, an anomaly, we can't trust the records, don't trust what's right in front of you. How does he know where Botany Place is? He's going to go plant all this evidence at Botany Place and what, blame Christopher Harvey? How does he get Christopher Harvey's DNA? How does he know where Jerry Moore lives? How does he know who Jerry Moore is? It's ridiculous. It's a red herring. You know, and it's funny, the defense's PowerPoint was a whole lot of words, not a whole lot of evidence, though. I mean, testimony's evidence, sure. But they just wanted to recap all their notes on the testimony. They don't want to talk about all the text messages, right? They want to talk about, let's talk about what wasn't tested, though. Let's not talk about what we have. Let's talk about what we don't have. You know, oh, they didn't send the swabs from the door of the residence, right? The back door. If you remember, and I can pull it up, it's in evidence, Deputy Cannon's body cam, you know, she said, we would need to be looking for someone who takes them right to the back door. Who takes them right to the back door? Mr. Harvey. He walks on up the back stairs to the back door, and what does he do? he do? He wraps his hand around his shirt and opens the door with it. Oh, sorry, it's not on your screen. Sorry, hang on. To exit out of the PowerPoint. Why is he opening his door like that? Why is he wrapping his hand in his t-shirt and opening the door like that? You think if we had swabbed that, we would have gotten anyone's DNA other than Mr. Harvey? And then what would the defense say? Well, yeah, because he's touching the doorknob with his shirt, so of course his DNA is going to be on. I mean, it's his house. His DNA is going to be everywhere in that house, right? Swabbing the island and sending that off isn't going to prove anything. He lives there. You'd expect his DNA to be there, right? Swabbing the blood all over the floor isn't going to tell us anything. We'd expect it to be Miss Hills. She's the only person bleeding out on the floor. There are things you can do in an investigation, but you have to process a scene wisely, right? It's unreasonable to say you should acquit him because they didn't test swabs of the door, right? There's a reason that stuff isn't done. It's not going to show anything. But they don't want to focus on the evidence that we do have, right? They showed in their little recap, all in the words, one single text message from the defendant. All they wanted to show you, right? 5:46 a.m. But look at what he says at 5:46 a.m. He says, I'm going to stay where I'm at then. But they failed to mention he's been at Cathedral with Miss Hill for 30 minutes. So I'm confused about the defense argument because if they're saying, there's two shadows, there's two people at 5:30, Mr. Harvey's there too. Mr. Harvey's there too at 5:30. So either he's the person in the shadow, or he's what, with someone? Or what? There's two other people now that are there, and while Mr. Harvey and Miss Hill are in the house. What? So he just walked right past the murderer and was like, okay, see you later. Happy murdering. It doesn't make sense. They want you to focus on this tiny little section of video instead of looking not only at the big picture, but the evidence that we actually do have that isn't just shadows and trees, right? They want you to think firearms analysis is junk science because it's inconvenient fact. It's an inconvenient fact for them that the gun that was identified as the murder weapon has their client's DNA on it. It's a real inconvenient fact. So it must be a junk science then. That's how they want you to deal with it. Toss it out. It's a junk science. Ms. Brewer also told you any one doubt is enough. But here's the thing. That's not true.
Objection, Your Honor, the statement of the law.
We'll finish the statement. Go ahead.
You have to have a reasonable doubt. A possible doubt, that's a doubt. It's not enough. A speculative doubt, that's a doubt. It's not enough. An imaginary doubt, that's a doubt. It's not enough. If you go back there and you have a doubt about, I wonder where Jermel Crumby really was when he said he was at the mall. I mean, I guess he was just at Woodville Highway. But I wonder where he really was. I wonder, like, why there's not a phone call at 10 a.m. That has nothing to do with this. It's red herrings. You can have plenty of doubts, right? I cannot answer every single question that can be imagined. That's not how this works. You have to look at the evidence that you have and make a determination based on the evidence and the credible evidence. Have I proven the elements of the offenses beyond a reasonable doubt? That's your duty. And if you find yourself saying, well, it could be possible that, I don't know, what, someone else did it? Again, what evidence do we have of that? None. That's not a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, an imaginary, or a forced doubt. So one doubt isn't enough. I understand why the defense wants you to focus on everything that they claim we don't have, right? Because again, what we do have is pretty inconvenient for them. So, we've got motive for their client, nobody else. We have text messages with the victim from their client, right? Clearly laying out how unhappy he is that she's going to leave him, not wanting to let it go. We have hundreds of calls, not from Mr. Moore to the victim, not from Mr. Crumpy to the victim, from this man to the victim. He's there, he's got the opportunity in the time frame. We also know about the crime scene evidence. This was personal. This isn't some home invasion. Again, remember, nothing taken, right? This was a personal murder. You see the anger in what he did to her. And what he continued to do as she tried to fight. This isn't some stranger. And it's inconvenient for them that he's tracking her. So they want to say, oh, it was consensual, there were 2 trackers. There's no evidence of 2 trackers. They did a search. And I've got the brick house security records and evidence. Go look, it's 1 tracker that he purchased. He's the user on the account. It's his email. 1 tracker. There are not 2 trackers. And then they want to, don't look at the text between them where she's like, you're tracking me, right? Like clearly not consensual. Because it's inconvenient for them. So then we've got the botany scene. And we have, from the cell records, Mr. Harvey going from Cathedral to Botany. And again, why is he even at Cathedral, right? I'm just going to let you do you. So why go back to Cathedral? If you're staying at Botany, go straight from the days into Botany. That's what Jerry Moore told him to do. Why is he even bothering going to Cathedral? So he goes back to Botany, and what do the police find at Botany? Well, t-shirt with the victim's DNA and his DNA in a trash can. You know, Miss Brewer's right. I do like to change clothes, but when I change clothes, I don't throw my clothes away in a trash can. That's not even outside my house. Inconvenient fact. As you walk along the path from that trash can, we've got the ring battery in the fire, the ring manual. I don't know what she was talking about. The paper didn't burn. The paper is burned. Like, it's in evidence. You can look at it. It's singed everywhere. It's burned. The paper burned. It's not a full ring manual anymore. It's like pages, little pieces of it. And this ring battery where she's like, but we don't have a photo that there's no ring battery in it. We've got the ring battery in evidence, folks. There's no ring battery in it. Chris Smith showed you that. She just wants you to pay attention to this one particular photo that they didn't take of no battery inside. This is the battery that was seized from Cathedral. It doesn't have a battery inside. Like, what's best evidence, a photograph or the actual thing that was taken from the crime scene? But that's an inconvenient fact, right? So let's ignore that. So then in the wood line on Botany, we've got the bag with 3 firearms and the Sig Sauer that matches up to the bullet that he shot into Rodrica Hill matches with the Sig, inconvenient fact. And his DNA is on it. And Miss Hill's DNA is on it. It's not like this firearm was like found in his home, right? It was out in the wood line. That's not where people store firearms. Why is it out in the wood line? Because it was just used to commit a murder and he's trying to get rid of the evidence. Inconvenient fact, though. You can't look at a case in a vacuum, right? You cannot look at one text message at 5:46 a.m. where he says, well, I'm just going to stay where I'm at. Let him cater to you, whatever, right? You have to review all of the evidence and the totality of it. There's no other explanation for what happened that night. They keep saying, like, it's not your job to investigate. I agree, it's not. The investigation's been done, right? There's cell phone evidence, there's DNA evidence, there's firearms evidence. We tried for prints, couldn't find any on the SIG, right? They did follow up. They interviewed witnesses. We have surveillance video from 3 different locations. Every piece of it points to the defendant. We talked about this in jury selection. Like, not every crime is committed on the 50-yard line at Doak Campbell Stadium on a game day with 17 camera angles. It'd be great. I mean, it'd make my job a lot easier if it was, but that's just not reality. This is real life. But the evidence in this case points to one person. And it's not just one piece of evidence that does. And that's one thing you have to look at, right? Does the evidence jive with each other? Is it corroborated? Test it. The evidence in this case is corroborated. The phone records corroborate the surveillance video, corroborate the Botany Place scene, the DNA. She wanted to leave him. He told her the grass ain't always greener. And he made the ultimate decision, that last-ditch grasp at control over her by shooting her in the back, through the face. And when that wasn't enough, directly into the back of the head. There's such a cliched adage of, if he can't have her, no one can. But that's exactly what this was. I ask you to find him guilty because the evidence and the law all point to a verdict of guilt. And I'd ask you to check yes, that he carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, that you check yes during the commission of the crime that he actually possessed a firearm, that you check yes that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, he pulled the trigger at least 3 times, that you check yes that when he was pulling that trigger he caused death to Miss Hill. She's not here to tell us what happened. But this evidence does. And it tells us that that man took her away from this earth because she wanted to get away from him. And if she wasn't going to be with him, nobody got to have her. And he left her there in a puddle of her own blood, on her knees. I understand that these are hard cases. I understand that you've been here for hours on end. But don't be so afraid of making the wrong decision that you don't make the right one. He's guilty. No one else did this but him. Hold him accountable for his actions that night, for taking away the life of Rodrica Hill. Find him guilty. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to pick up on the jury instructions on page 12, where it says submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring that verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions, or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff, signed by the foreperson. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. During your deliberations, you may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Most of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. Sealed exhibits should remain sealed. If you'd like to view anything sealed, please request that in writing. You may also take any notes that you took during this trial back to the deliberation room. As previously instructed, your notes are a tool to aid your memory. Notes are for the note taker's personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. They are not evidence. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset in your recollection of the evidence. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. So at this time, you can begin your deliberations. I just have a few more instructions. So Mr. Coyne, you are our alternate juror. So at this time, you're excused. And then I would just ask everybody else to allow him to get a chance to gather his belongings and actually leave the room before you begin to deliberate, because now he would not be part of the jury. Other than that, I think you are free to deliberate, and please just take all your belongings, notes, and papers with you. All rise for the jury. All right, please be seated. So I have the stipulation, and then I have a verdict form. Is there any comment on the verdict form? I noticed that the questions weren't pluralized. So if you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following. It just says questions instead of questions. I'm not too worried about that, unless the parties want me to correct that.
I don't mind if you put an S and.
I'll just pen and ink an S on there? Okay, I can do that too. Anything else?
It would be on count 2 as well.
Yeah, I think it was a cut and paste, so it'll carry through.
Yes, sir.
Well, so then I have that verdict form, and I have the stipulations. I'd ask the parties to look at those 2 pieces, as well as any of the other evidence, agree upon that before the evidence is sent back to the jury room, and then also give contact information to the clerk so she can round us back up when it's time to answer a question or verdict. And is there anything else we need to address on the record?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to hold you to objecting again, Ms. Fox, but the last little bit of jury instructions, is that any objection there? I don't.
Yes, sir. Not from the last bit.
All right, and all right, so we'll be off the record. Well, do we want to address the bifurcated? Can we do that real quick? Sorry. If we could just go back on the record and address the bifurcated instruction. Is there any comments on that version 4 that went out?
I don't think I've been thought yet. On page 1 of the bifurcated, I think we're just missing an of prior to the time of August 13th, 2021.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Defense, anything?
Nothing from defense, Judge.
Okay, I have to ask again. Is there going to be any evidence? So if they come back in, I guess no matter what the verdict is, we have to go through the bifurcation. So they come back in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a part that's been bifurcated. State, do you have any witnesses for that? Like that? Is that what?
Yes, sir. And so I would rest, the defense would rest. And then,
Okay, but you're not going to have any evidence, I guess. I'll pass out this instruction, read that, and then
right, and then it would be
a little chance for argument at that.
closing arguments.
Yeah.
I mean, typically when I've done it, the judge has asked, like, state you wish to make an opening, defense do it, and we all say no, and then.
Okay. So just try to go through all those steps. All right.
I guess, I'm assuming Mr. Harvey doesn't wish to testify for that portion, but I don't know if we want to go ahead and do that call if we.
Mr. Harvey, do you know if you want to testify or not on the bifurcated part of the trial, possession of firearm by convicted felon?
No, sir.
So you're telling me that you don't want to testify for that? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And same questions as before. You understand that's only your choice. Nobody can make that choice for you.
Yes, sir.
And having discussed that with your attorneys,
Yes, sir.
that's your choice. And we already talked about the fact that you're stipulated to your status before.
Yes,
You understand that as well? All right. Anything changed from what we discussed before on that?
No, sir.
All right. All right. Anything else then? I can print these instructions?
For the bifurcated?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They're ready.
Do you want to do the violation of probation portion now as well?
Yeah, sure. When you said stipulated, what was?
Right, so it's 19 CF 2503 is the violation of probation case, and the defense told me that they would stipulate that he was on probation for that case at the time of, I guess, August 13th to August 14th, 2021.
So are you presenting any evidence for that?
It would be the evidence that's been presented at trial.
Right, but nothing additional?
Nothing additional.
Any argument?
No, sir.
Defense, do you have anything on that?
No.
All right. Okay, so take that under advisement. And off the record then? All right. Where's back?
Please. For the judge, sorry.
Please be seated. Thank you. I would like, before we get started, just to pass out the other instruction. If you could come. One less copy this time. Yeah, there should be, but I think there's. Is there enough or not?
Oh,
Okay, so let's go back on the record. This is case 2021 CF2146, State of Florida versus Christopher Harvey. The defendant is present in the courtroom with his counsel, and the state's represented as well. So it's been reported to me we have a verdict. Anything before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we just wanted to put on the record that we've been told.
Everybody's going to stay seated? Okay. So, yeah, about that, the jury won't be knocked in this time, and so I'd ask everybody just keep their seats when they file in. As well, when the verdict is announced, I would ask everybody to just not have any audible or visual response to that verdict out of respect to the jury's work. They have been working on this case for all week and deliberating for some hours now, so I'd ask that just everybody respect that process and not show approval or disapproval or any kind of reaction in that regard. Any questions or comments on that before we go? Does anybody need to step out before we start? Okay. So with that, I think we'll bring it up. All right. Juror number 2, it looks like you're our foreman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And has the jury reached a verdict?
Yeah.
Can you pass that verdict form to the bailiff? All right, the verdict looks to be in proper form, and I'm going to go ahead and publish the verdict. In the Circuit Court of the 2nd Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, State of Florida versus Christopher Harvey, case number 2021 CF2146. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 in the indictment, first-degree murder of Rodrica Hill. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. If you find the defendant guilty, you must then answer the following questions. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant discharged a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant discharged a firearm causing great bodily harm or death? Yes. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 in the indictment, tampering with physical evidence. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence. So say we all this 9th day of June 2023, signed by the foreperson. Would either side like the jury polled as to that verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so what I'll do at this time is just, I'm going to ask each individual juror, if that's your verdict, if you could please respond either yes or no. So juror number 1, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is that your verdict? Juror number 4, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is that your verdict? Juror number 6, is that your verdict? Juror number 7, is that your verdict? Juror number 8, is that your verdict? Juror number 9, is that your verdict? Juror number 10, is that your verdict? Juror number 11, is that your verdict? And juror number 12, is that your verdict? Okay, so there's actually a second part of this trial that was bifurcated from the main trial. So there's an additional finding that we need you to make. And I guess what I'd like to start, does either side have an opening as to the bifurcated portion of the trial that they'd like to give?
No, sir. No, Judge.
All right, and there's also not going to be any witnesses from either side?
No, sir, just a stipulation of fact.
It's, yeah, and that's in the instruction. Is it anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so what I'd like to do then is pass out, there's a set of jury instructions for that charge. It's only 2 pages. However, your last set of jury instructions also applies. There's instructions that will carry over. You'll see that. So what I'd like to do is just read these 2 pages, and then either side can offer argument as to that, and you'll be able to deliberate. So introduction to additional instruction. Members of the jury, I thank you for your work so far in this case. There is an additional charge that has been bifurcated from the main trial. Count 3, convicted felon possessing a firearm. To prove the crime of convicted felon possessing a firearm, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Christopher Harvey had been convicted of a felony. 2, after the conviction, Christopher Harvey knowingly owned or had in his care, custody, or possession or control a firearm. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the defendant was a convicted felon prior to the time of August 13th, 2021. A firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive or the frame or receiver of any such weapon. Ammunition means an object consisting of all of the following. A, fixed metallic or non-metallic hull or casing containing a primer. B, 1 or more projectiles, 1 or more bullets or shot. C, gunpowder. Care and custody mean immediate charge and control exercised by a person over the named object. The terms care, custody, and control may be used interchangeably. To prove Christopher Harvey possessed a firearm, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he A, knew of the existence of the firearm, and B, intentionally exercised control over it. Control can be exercised over a firearm, whether it is carried on a person, near a person, or in a completely separate location. Mere proximity to a firearm does not establish that the person intentionally exercised control over it in the absence of additional evidence. Control can be exercised by proof that Christopher Harvey had direct personal power to control the firearm or the present ability to direct its control by another. Excuse me. Knowingly means with actual knowledge and understanding of the facts or the truth, or an act done voluntarily and intentionally, and not because of mistake or accident or other innocent reason. Actual possession of a firearm. If you find that Christopher Harvey committed the crime of possession of a firearm by convicted felon, and you also find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that during the commission of the crime he actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of possession of a firearm by convicted felon with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm has already been defined for you. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant A, carried a firearm on his person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. All the same rules apply to this deliberation as your prior deliberation. This instruction and the prior instructions are all the rules that apply to this deliberation. A verdict form has also been prepared for this deliberation, and again, only one of those is going to go back, but I will review that verdict form with you now. At the top again is the case caption, same as before. Below that it says verdict, and then under that it says count 3. We, the jury, find with respect to Christopher Harvey as follows: as to count 3 in the indictment, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Now there are 2 options under count 3. It's A and B. A is guilty, B is not guilty. If you find A, then one of the questions that you have to answer is, if it's the only question there, but if you find guilty, you must then answer the following question. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant actually possessed a firearm, and that's a yes or no question. And does either side wish to offer any argument as to the bifurcated proceeding?
Very briefly.
State, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. So you couldn't know about this part because we weren't allowed to tell you that at the time of the offense he had been convicted of a felony. We wanted you to address the case on the merits and not, have any of that sway you. That's why it's severed off from the other counts. But this is count 3 of the indictment. You're not to reconsider any of your prior decisions. You've already found actual possession of a firearm during the murder of Rodrica Hill. This is just adding on that extra element of, at the time of that murder, when he actually possessed a firearm, he had previously been convicted of a felony. So he legally was not allowed to have a firearm. That's all this is. So I would ask you to select A for guilty and select yes for actually possessed, maintaining your prior finding with actual possession. And the parties stipulate that he had been convicted of a felony prior to the offense date, prior to the murder. And so that's what that stipulation is on page 1. That's the evidence that I've presented. So I've met my burden beyond a reasonable doubt because we agree. And so you have to accept that stipulation as fact, as true. Thank you.
Any argument from the defense?
Yes, Judge, thank you. May it please the court.
Yes, go ahead.
Members of the jury, we do appreciate the hard work that you've given to this case all week. And as far as this last charge goes, possession of a firearm by convicted felon, the court did read to you the stipulation that would meet element 1 as far as Mr. Harvey having had a felony conviction. But we ask that you keep in mind that Mr. Harvey is not only somebody who has a felony conviction in his past. You learned a little bit about him through trial today. You got to observe him. He is a gentle giant at that table with us. And he is somebody who was a hard worker. He was in construction, concrete work. And he has maintained his innocence throughout this case to each of you. We do respect your verdict as to the first part of this trial, but we do ask that as far as the third charge goes, you find him not guilty. He has maintained his innocence and has maintained his innocence to the charge of first degree murder as well as to possessing a firearm. Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll let you retire to consider your verdict as to the bifurcated portion of the trial, and the verdict form will go back with you momentarily. You may go. Any comments on the verdict form before it goes back?
Yeah.
And it's the same that's attached to the back of your sheets there, but I'll send that back now.
Yes.
Would anybody like to look at the verdict form from the first part?
Yeah.
Okay. Just pass that to the clerk. And then this is bifurcated form.
Would you like to address about interrogation this time?
Yeah, if you just give me a moment while the state's discussing matters over there. So I think I asked before, but nobody took me up on it. There's no argument with respect to the violation provision.
I'm sorry, Judge, I was speaking with the family. I would ask you to find him in violation of probation for the new law offenses he's committed. The defense stipulated he was on probation at the time of the offenses. The jury now having him found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would also ask Your Honor to find him guilty of violation of probation for those offenses.
Defense, do you have any argument?
Your the basis of the violation is the new law charge, so with the finding from the jury, there isn't anything.
So there's the, on the amended violation, there's also Special Condition 27, which was the jail work camp.
Your Honor, that was going on during COVID, and so I don't believe that condition.
Well, I guess I don't know if it made the amended. Actually, I'm reading it, and
I'm not sure if it did either. I spoke with Ms. Brewer about it previously, and I told her if it was on the most recent, I wouldn't be pursuing that violation.
Okay. And there's only a jury finding as to counts 1 and 2, the murder and tampering. I guess the court's finding that there is a violation with respect to those 2 charges, as well as based on what the court has seen on the 3rd charge. I'm finding that the defendant has committed that new law offense as well. So I do find that the defendant has violated his probation. I'm not sure what the parties are thinking on sentencing generally, but do you want to discuss that now?
We can discuss it now, or we can wait for the verdict. If the state would like to proceed forward today, I have some members of next of kin who would like to give it in the fact statements.
All right, I'm assuming there's not an entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation?
He's not.
Defense, do you have a different view of that?
Yes, Your Honor, we're not prepared to go forward with
All right, so it's been reported there's a verdict as to count 3. Anything before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
All right, same instructions as before, but we'll bring it back in. All right, juror number 2, you still are foreman? And has the jury reached a verdict as to the bifurcated proceeding?
Yeah.
If you could pass that verdict to our bailiff, please. All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. The court will go ahead and publish a verdict at this time. In the Circuit Court of the 2nd Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, State of Florida versus Christopher Harvey, case number 2021 CF2146, verdict. Count 3. We, the jury, find with respect to Christopher Harvey as follows as to count 3 in the indictment, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The defendant is guilty as charged. If you find the defendant guilty, you must then answer the following question. During the commission of the crime, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. So say we all this 9th day of June, 2023, signed by the foreperson. Would either side like the jury poll as to that verdict? Okay. And similar to before, I'm just going to ask each juror if that's your verdict. So juror number 1, is that your verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 2, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is that your verdict? Juror number 4, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is that your verdict? Juror number 6, is that your verdict? Juror number 7, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is that your verdict? Juror number 9, is that your verdict? Juror number 10, is that your verdict? Juror number 11, is that your verdict? And juror number 12, is that your verdict? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I know it's been a long week, and I do sincerely appreciate your effort in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and we have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair so long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It'll be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So at this time, I'm going to direct that everybody remain in the courtroom until our jurors have left. And at this time, I thank you again for your service, and you are excused and dismissed. Thank you. So defense, do you have a legal reason why sentencing should not go forward?
Your Honor, we just take time to prepare and have witnesses present so that we can have people present by Zoom. We discussed that earlier today. So we want to present
And state?
My understanding was they were going to have mitigation witnesses if the verdict was something less than first-degree murder. It's a mandatory life sentence. So I mean, it's not, there's no mitigation they could be presenting. The family's here, the family wishes to go forward, I'd be objecting to any type of continuance.
I mean, given the sentencing outcomes, I'm not sure a continuance would be necessary or appropriate.
It's been a long week in trial. It's after 7 o'clock on a Friday night. I mean, I understand that it would be more efficient to do it now, but I mean, this is a big thing, you know, that should happen. I don't think that there's a problem in sending it out for another day.
Well, tomorrow, what do you mean another?
Well, another date, I'm sorry.
I think I'm going to deny that request and go forward with sentencing today. So, I guess if we could have the clerk report the potential credit, I guess. State, do you have a score sheet?
I just need to have it printed upstairs. So the way I would do it is first-degree murder would be off, not included on it since that's a mandatory life sentence. And it would just be the violation of probation and then the 2 firearm by convicted felon and tampering with evidence counts.
other. So I don't think there are any enhancements, but so the minimum mandatory as to count 1 and then also as to count 3?
Well, count 1 is mandatory life without parole.
Right.
So there's not really a 10-20 life with that. We just did that for the actual possession instruction. There is a 3-year minimum mandatory on count 3.
Right. The state, are you requesting any cost of prosecution?
The standard $100.
You're not seeking to prove any additional cost of prosecution?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and so if I could have the clerk report the jail credit.
The jail credit is 664 days.
Does either side dispute that jail credit?
Yes,
As to the, is it the same as to the BOP?
The BOP is actually 666 days.
From since last arrest, I guess?
Yes, from since last arrest, it's 664.
Oh, okay. Defense, anything on jail credit?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, and what sentence are you asking for?
State's asking for, obviously, the mandatory life sentence on count 1. As to count 2, 5 years in the Department of Corrections. As to count 3, 15 years in the Department of Corrections with a 3-year minimum mandatory. As to the violation of probation, be asking for 5 years in the Department of Corrections for both of the 3rd-degree felonies that he was on probation for.
Okay, I will hear from it next of kin.
When is the podium, Judge?
You may.
The first member of the family wishing to make a victim impact statement is Miss Nancy Brown. Miss Hill's grandmother.
Rodrica was our oldest grandchild, and her daughter Denaya was our first great grandchild. And everybody just loved her so much. She was a good, humble, caring, and kind person. And when we got the word on August 14th, we were actually at a funeral. And somebody called my husband and said something terrible had happened to at Rodrica's house. I prayed so hard, harder than I ever prayed, all the way to Rodrica's house, just asking God to please let her still be alive. When we got there and saw all the tape, we knew that she was gone. And that was the most painful and difficult day of my life, my husband's life, a granddad, my daughter, Rodrica's mom, is our first and oldest child. And we all love Chris. That can't comprehend what he took from us. There's no way he can comprehend that. If so, he would not have taken her life. He would not have taken her away from Denaya, her only child. And he had been a part of Denaya's life since she was about 2 years old. So I don't understand how he could have done that. The night of the 13th, Denaya stayed with me and her granddad. And what will always be a question in my mind, would he have killed Denaya too if she was there? So I thank God that she was not there that night. Rodrica, she was a go-getter. She was the person that kept that household going. I won't take it away from Chris that he didn't help. He did work, and he did contribute to the bills. But Rodrica was the one that always made sure they had a place to stay. She was the one that worked so hard to get the house that they were in, and she only got to enjoy it for maybe a year, if that. And she was so proud that she was a homeowner. She had bought land, and we were so proud of her. She was 31 at the time, and she had a lot of aspirations. She loved to travel. She wanted to do so many things, and she loved her family. Everybody back here loved Rodrica so much. And I'm sad that her dad could not be here. There's no way he could be here. But when he got the word that I had to listen to her dad, she was very close to her dad, just cry and wail that Rodrica was gone. And there's not a day, not an hour, not a minute that Rodrica is still not on my mind. I've had to go on antidepressants, something I never thought I would have to take. But between just praying to God and asking Him to get me and my family through this, I needed a little extra help. And one last thing I want to say, which was tell the difference between Rodrica's heart and Chris's heart. Maybe about a month before he killed Rodrica, she got a call from a friend or somebody that he was intoxicated to somebody's house in the bed with some woman. My granddaughter got up, went and got him up, and made sure he made it home safely with her. She didn't kill him. She didn't kill him. And he had no right to take her life. And that's it, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next is Miss Beverly Hill Jones. Miss Hill's aunt.
Good evening, Your Honor. My name is Beverly Hill Jones. I am Rodrica Hill's sister from Orlando, Florida. My brother wrote a note here due to the fact he's incarcerated himself, and unfortunately he couldn't be here for his child. And his letter states, first of all, I would like to start off by saying thanks to the Tallahassee Police Department and all other respondents that was on the scene of my daughter resident and getting this guy off the street so he could never hurt another man nor woman, child again. I also want to say thanks to the state attorney who's been assigned working and investigating this case to bring justice for my daughter and all others who have testified on her behalf. To the judge that's residing over this case, whatever this guy is sentenced to, he deserves every bit of it 10 times and more. As a father, if I had my wish, the sentence would be death for killing my child. On Sunday, August 15, 2021, I remember being called to the administration office, staff members handed me the telephone saying, you need to call home. I was called home. My sister, which is me, answered my phone with my daughter, this other daughter who's here, Deasia Hill, on the line as well. The words that came out of my mouth, his sister, something happened to Drake. I asked. He asked what happened. And I told him, your daughter is dead. I told him, Chris killed your daughter. Hearing that news rocked my brother's whole world. His life has forever changed since he's been incarcerated. His direct words to you, Chris, I hate you. You have caused me so much pain while being incarcerated, not only to me, but to my entire family and friends in Orlando, and to my daughter family as well. I've been through a rough path since the day you took my daughter's life, all because you couldn't be a man and walk away. That's what a real man would have done, especially when you have been doing wrong yourself. I bet now you wish like hell you would have done what a real man was supposed to do. Sitting in a jail cell facing a life sentence is a terrible thing, especially how the system is today. You have no clue what you have just done to yourself. I want to ask you this question, Chris. Out of all the females in the world, why take my daughter's life when you had to do, all you had to do was just leave? It was cool for you to be out there in the streets doing whatever you wanted to do. So when Drake got tired of your mess and the tables turned, you were so weak-minded, you felt the need to be tracking my daughter every move and had the nerves to kill her. Chris, you are a coward. I feel since you know I wasn't home, you felt you can do whatever you wanted to do to my daughter, her mom, and I always told her, don't let no man treat her any type of way. It was times when my daughter came to see me, we had lots of talks about you. And I never said anything negative towards you because I knew from experience people go through rough times in a relationship and those problems can be worked out. I don't know, do you have any kids or not, but wouldn't have any man mistreating, you wouldn't want any man mistreating your daughters any type of way, especially doing whatever you have done. You can't tell me that you wouldn't be angry. My child didn't belong to you. You didn't own her. She belonged to God that created her, and God blessed her mom and I to have her as our child. So what gives you the right to take another human being's life? I want to let you know you took someone very special from me. She was my daughter and little sister all in one. You have made time hard for me, and I hope you will get into the system and it be the same for you as well. My granddaughter has to live her life without her mother because of your stupidity, which isn't right at all. All the pain you have caused her and scared her life forever without a mom. I've done a lot of homework on you from guys that you know and knew of you from Tallahassee, and they haven't had too much of nothing good to say about you. Your character is bad. Chris, you know just as well as I know my daughter treated you good. So don't sit around trying to slander her name as if this is her fault, because nobody made you pull that trigger killing her. I read the report and I am very angry and upset because things shouldn't have been this way. All you had to do was just leave. I never thought you would do something like this. You let me down. I trusted you with my daughter and you betrayed me by taking her life. I wake up every day thinking about my daughter. She was a sweet girl. All my friends in Orlando loved her and family. Even guys in here loved how supportive she was to me and would do anything to help anybody if she could. This is the type of person she was. She loved family. I have to thank God each and every day for allowing me to keep a level head because my heart was raging with revenge. It was whatever was with me. I'll go all out about my kids. God is going to take care of you. I'd rather you sit in here for years after years. The system is going to make you or break you. When God starts calling your family and loved ones home, that is when time is really going to get you, because you will be there. You won't be there with them. I have nothing else to say. God bless your soul. The journey has just started for you. You was wrong for what you did to my child, you coward. And another thing, I just want to say that what has happened to my niece, I actually me and my brother, we lost our mother. I was only 2 years old. My brother was 5. And this has been very hard. And we got to relive this again. And I just pray, whatever happens to you, Chris, while you're in DLC, may God be with you.
Last we have Shonda Jenkins, Miss Hill's mother. As well as Mr. Jenkins, Miss Hill's stepfather.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening.
I echo everything that my mom said. Beverly, I had a whole lot I wanted to say, but I'm going to read a poem from her 14-year-old daughter. And, yeah, she titled it Unicorn. A unicorn, someone rare and different. Someone with an aura that you'll never find. Someone special. Someone magnificent. They're the best thing to come to mind. My unicorn is my mom. She's the best thing to happen to me. She really was the bomb. And no one can disagree. No one can ever be my mother. She's special in every way. You can't top her, so don't even bother. Without my unicorn, I'm in disarray. Who would have thought one little person can create such a big impact? I see why she's a unicorn. Her sparkling beauty attracts. And she finished it off with her initial D, Thompson, her last name. And she closed it. This poem wasn't nearly enough to express how much my mother meant to me. Mothers are a person's everything. I'm not present to perform my poem and my message. It will be done for me. To everyone who came here today and this week to support my mother, thank you. Friends or family, I appreciate you all. It's wonderful to know that my mother has such a great impact to bring some of you here today. Thank you. That is all.
I say, do you have that score sheet?
Yes, sir. May I approach?
You may. Thank you. So state this wouldn't be filed in the 2021 case, just the 2019 case?
It'd be filed in both. Because
Okay.
it's a joint score sheet, so I think the clerk will put it in both.
Okay. Any objections to the score sheet?
Yeah.
Any argument with respect to fines from either side?
Yes, sir.
Any argument from the defense? Mr. Harvey, would you like to be heard before I pronounce sentence? All right. If you could rise then before, so I can pronounce sentence. So as to case 2021 CF 2146, the court is going to adjudicate you guilty on all three counts in accordance with the jury's verdict, finding you guilty of those counts. The court's going to assess fines in this case, $3,800 pursuant to 775.083, and then a $190 surcharge, 5% surcharge that's required by section 938.04 Florida statutes. In addition to those costs, all the other mandatory costs and fines will be assessed with the exception of the $2 court cost pursuant to 938.15, as there's no county code section cited there. but the total will be $4,656 as statutorily mandated fines, fees, and surcharges, as well as the court's discretionary fine that I previously announced, and that will all be reduced to a civil judgment. The sentence as to count 1, the court sentences to life in prison. As to count 2, the court will sentence you to 5 years in Department of Corrections. Count 3, sentence you to 15 years in Department of Corrections with a 3-year minimum mandatory. All those counts will be concurrent with each other and concurrent with the other case. As to case 2019 CF 2503, the court will sentence you to 5 years on both counts, concurrent with each other and concurrent again with the 2021 case. I believe in that case as well, the $100 cost of prosecution will apply, and the $100 legal assistance lien, but not the $50 PD application fee. Now, you do have the right to appeal the sentences today, as well as anything that happened in trial. And you're entitled to an attorney for that appeal. So if you can't afford an attorney, I'll appoint one for you. Is there anything else that needs to be announced for the record?
I think just that his probation will be revoked in term.
Okay. And also for 2019 CF 2503, the court will revoke and terminate your probation. You've already been adjudicated guilty of those counts, so the adjudication will remain. Anything else?
No, sir. Just the remand.
All right. So this time the court's going to remand you in custody of the Department of Corrections, and I need 2 sets of your fingerprints. And court will be adjourned.